Good morning, everyone. We are happy to welcome you here. So welcome to this second oral presentation of the M2 projects of our P21 cohort. As a start, and as usual, I would like to give a quick remembering of what are the M2 projects. So you will hear today 6 teams that are constituted of 9 to 13 students. They are organized as studios and they work on the conception and part of the pre-production of a whole game. So we're gonna hear 3 games this morning, the presentation of 3 games this morning, 3 this afternoon. This work represents, well, on a duration of 4 months, the work and this work during the 4 months is done along with the cursus, so it's not full time, but 4 months to deliver a vertical slice. And this is organized with encounters with you, the jury, and we are at the second encounter with you. We are approximately at the middle of the work. So in 2 months, we're gonna have the final encounter, the final oral presentation. So as I said, this is followed by you, the jury, so a big thank you to be here and to be online for the people who can't assist today. So thank you for this particular moment you give to the students. Thanks for the question you asked. Thanks for sharing your feedbacks. This is of high value for us and for the students. Thank you in advance to complete the evaluation file. This time, I will ask if it's possible to give us the evaluation file as soon as possible because we want to work on it next week. So within few days, maybe beginning of next week, having your feedbacks would be very much appreciated, and thank you in advance for that. So big thank you to you. Thanks to the people online. And let's welcome the first team of today. Maybe just to give you elements, 20 minutes of presentation, and we're gonna have also 20 minutes to discuss with them. So let's go, and the first team is 12 Broad Street, so please welcome them.
Okay, hello everyone, thank you for being here, and welcome to the presentation of our game, 12 Broad Street. So what is it? It's an experimental textual adventure game inspired by retro textual RPGs with a strong ASCII art style. In this game, you play as Charlie, a person in her mid-20s/30s, coming back to their hometown to meet up with some old friends at a party located at the 12 Broad Street. So in order to find your way to the party, you explore the town by going from location to location, each one represented by its own illustration and textual description. This apparently trivial quest will allow us to talk about subjects important for us, like language as a performative tool and a change conveyor. The game will be playable on PC, is developed with Unity. It will be single player only and playable with both mouse, keyboard and controller. Our main intentions are to foster experimentations. We want players to try things, test different combinations to find where the game will take them and be curious about what is possible. We also want to encourage different play styles. There can be completionist people that want to try everything, see every little bit of text and experiment every interaction, or fast people that can just rush through and see as much as they want to see. And finally, we want the game to have various results to foster replayability, like some There is each situation can lead to various endings. Thus, we want to make every playthrough different. So this is the fake screen of our game. As you can see, it mainly consists of interface. On the left, you see the textual description. On the right, the illustration. And at the bottom, there is an action bar and our inventory. But in this inventory, there are not items, there are verbs that are our actions. So for example, if you want to climb something, we need to have the word climb in our inventory. We also can merge or split verbs to create new ones and thus new opportunities and new interactions. So for example, if we want to interact with something, we can click a verb in our inventory, then a highlighted word in the text. As you can see here, we click on look, then building to look at the building. We can also drag and drop and write with the keyboard. If we want to create a new verb, we can merge. Here, for example, we click on look, then touch, then click on the button merge to create search, giving us a new interaction. On the contrary, if we want to get our verbs back, we can split them to get the component verbs back. Now for the gameplay loop, each time we arrive to a location, we get information by the text and the illustration. We analyze our options, so what verbs do I have in my inventory? What words are there in the text that I can interact with? We can also merge or split verbs to create new possibilities. And we take an action as we saw before. This action can have multiple consequences. A non-critical action, where, for example, we get more information about the place we're in, we get access to a new interactable, etc., etc. Or this action can lead us to another location, and then the loop begins again.
Yeah, so in our intention, we wanted to put user experience in the front of our experience. In order to complete the player expectation in terms of experience in the game, we follow as a team 3 steps to make the best experience possible. First, we prototype. Here's an example of a paper prototype we developed to clarify our ideas and make them tangible. Next, we test. For example, we tested the paper prototype last month to gain multiple feedbacks about the interface, the mechanics, sounds, etc. And finally, we enhance. As an example, the test results help to us enhance the experience by doing new prototypes, one in Engine and one on Figma, that you'll be able to test this afternoon.
So in 12 Abroad Street, I impersonate Charlie. I am 26 years old, and I'm feeling lost in my life as I failed my studies and pretty much everything that mattered to me. On top of that, I've just been invited to my high school reunion party in Seaforth, the city I come from. It is also the city I grew to hate, and I flew away from it once I graduated. So obviously I do not want to be there, but my childhood friends Brontolo and Amy will be there. So here I am, in a hotel room that smells like fish, trying to gather some courage before going out and search for the 12 Abroad Street. So I leave the hotel. By stepping outside, I find myself in Seaforth, which is still familiar to me, but has changed. So Seaforth is a fictional city that is inspired by English seaside cities. It is highly touristic during summer, but really empty during winter. And here the game takes place during winter, so the city has liminal and uncanny vibes. Some places are shut down because unnecessary out of season, for example. The whole place feels out of step, and in a way, it acts as Charlie mental reflects. It is grey, confused, kind of blurry.
The name of the game for the feeling we want to convey through exploring Seaforth is Liminal. Liminal and minimal. We're talking about a minimal aesthetic combined with liminal spaces. We want to have a surrealist and dreamy immersion into the city. When we think about liminal, usually we think about some kind of contrast between what can be perceived and what cannot be perceived, what has to be imagined to fill the gaps. We also play with the thin line between what's alive and moving and what seems to be frozen in time, as well as appeal and convey to our common imagination and what feels familiar, and also what's strange and out of step. To achieve this feeling and immerse the player in Seaforth, we're working with binaural ambiances with stereo and mono downmix, influenced by ASMR. That way we will surf the edge between making the player feel out of step, but not rejected by the environment. And such we can better control the varying proximity between the player and Charlie.
So as you can see here, Seaforth is quite a big city. There's a lot to see, and it reinforces the fact it is so empty actually. So there's so much space for so few people, and there's too much vacant houses and abundant summer infrastructures for it to feel pleasant. That's where I have to be. So right now I am leaving my hotel, which is located at the bottom of the map and in the peak area. And my first goal here before joining the party is to go see my old friend Amy, who is living at the top of the map in the yellow area, to get some party decorations from her. So let's focus on her neighborhood then. So each of the city neighborhoods were designed thinking of a theme. For example, the one where Charlie's hotel is located would be the center of the city with shops, restaurants, while Amy's neighborhood is purely residential. So this is an area constituted majorly of high buildings, and Amy lives in one of them. This place is lively yet calm, but the place feels really cold as it is currently winter and the buildings are blocking the sun. So all this concrete around and the lack of sun is making it quite not a welcoming place. So after entering this area, I arrive right in front of Amy's building. From outside, it seems pretty normal. But as I enter the building, the atmosphere drops. I feel strangely uncomfortable. Wait, is that something lying down there, back below the lights? Maybe I should quickly go to the stairs and ignore this, right?
So, ASCII is not just a strong visual element in our game, it accompanies the whole experience. 12 About Street is a text-based game, so characters and letters are everywhere in the gameplay. But we also want them to be part of the artistic direction too. So this is why we kept ASCII art in the game. ASCII also allows for a lower image resolution. We want to appeal to the player's imagination, to increase this weird feeling of not knowing exactly what you see. Like, I see that there's something at the end of this hallway, but is it garbage? Is it a dog? Or is it a body? And then you read the description next to the image, and you realize that yes, it's a body. So now, okay, it's great to explain this to you with words, but now I need you to play a little game with us, because it's better to show you. The rules are simple. I will show you an image in ASCII, and you will have around 10 seconds to figure out what it is. And after these 10 seconds, I will reveal it to you. Okay, so what's this image? You have a few seconds. And it's not about how you, well, what is it? It's also about how do you feel. Okay, you're great. I can show you the result. So this image represents a corridor, but seen from above, like in the top view. Maybe this image will help you to understand better. So, okay, I'm sure that not everyone have found it, but it's perfect, because it's not a matter of right or wrong answer. It's a matter of perception and imagination. The image has to be paired with the description to create an experience that the player is not used to. So now let's talk about the funniest part in this, the 3D art process. Some scenes do not need to be very detailed, so it means we don't have to work harder, we have to work smarter. We can use tricks to gain time, because shape and contrast are more important than realism. And this process allows us to gain time, polygon budgets, and to quickly get an outside perspective on all the scenes. But what I told you was not really true. Some scenes do need to be very detailed, because we want to give more strange realism that will create a contrast with more abstract scenes, like these scenes where Amy look at you behind the door. And this is why storyboarding is really important in our game, because we have to plan ahead what will be necessary in terms of asset quality.
So, by crossing this hallway, I arrive before Aming's door. So I am about to meet again with my old friend, who I remember to be a really smart and outgoing girl. She was also kind of a rebel back in school, but she's top of the class anyway. She opens the door in a distrustful way, but she still lets me in. I discover a place that has nothing to do with the Amy I remember. It is the biggest mess I've ever seen. Even stranger, Amy is paranoid. She doesn't let me talk at all, and she seems to want me to go as soon as possible. If I didn't have to go to this party, maybe there would be something to investigate here. But we'll never know, I guess.
Yeah, so now let's have a quick talk about accessibility. So as we talk, we have three main problems and problematics about accessibility in our game. First is the ASCII visual. next the text predominance, and finally the semantics about the gameplay. So to pursue that about the ASCII visual, our game is playable without the ASCII visual by design. And we also plan to have a tweakable shader for the person who needs it. About the text predominance, we plan to have font custom and also another descriptive feedbacks for the players who needs. And finally, for the semantics, we plan to do another semantic system to ally audio with semantics. And finally, a sequential interface that I'm gonna show you just after. So here are some mockups. Here are the mockup of the ASCII game without the ASCII visual and new fonts. And above, we can see a mockup of the sequential interface.
Okay, to go back to Charlie, the character I'm playing, what is their role to the story? Since they are at a point in their life where everything seems to be falling apart, what can their goal be right now? To answer that, let's focus on the narrative structure we chose to use. So we decided to have rabbit holes, meaning the story is built around a central hub we are free to explore. And that's until a certain event or interaction that makes us commit to only one path, but it does unknowingly. For example, what if I knock on another door in the hallway instead of going to Amy's? So each path is unique on its own way, through vibe, for example, and it takes 2 to 3 hours to complete, which makes completing the whole game a 10-hour-like experience. So in our habitual structure, there are 3 parts. Each of them focus on a different type of reflection or evolution in Charlie. So first of all, we have the obvious one, the party, which focus on social evolution, acknowledging your roots and embracing the past. Second, we have the community, which here focus on finding your vocation, helping people and caring about them, and acting for the common good. And the third one is a cannery, which is more focused on the economic side of the city. Here you have to investigate and you focus on mental health and awareness and self-reflection and growth. And maybe there's something else, but that's yet to be agreed on. But the narration isn't the only part of the game you can customize. Okay. That's
So to enhance the different paths that then the player can take and the different interactions he can trigger, he will face different color scheme for the interface in order to break the habits that he got from the beginning of the game and to create variations in the mood set by the scenes without being too imperious or strict about it. We can also play around the minimalism of the color palettes and to enhance precise moments of the narrative path or different feeling that we want to create. Yeah.
And as for the visual, since the game will mainly consist of interface and interface sounds, the UI sound will be heard a lot. So we decided to have alternative mix options for UI sounds and different sound treatment for UI sound. For example, a clean version, let's say, a reduxed version that suits the ASCII distorted style, and a more glitchy, wetty version, and there maybe will be more. On top of that, by exploring the game, interacting with different things, finding secrets or collectible, the player will be rewarded by finding collectible UI libraries that will be themed to the place where you have found them. So that's the default one. Let's say if you go to a library and you find something hidden behind a bookshelf, and if you go to the factory and you find something hidden, I don't know, under your car.
So, now that we've shown you around C4, let's move on to something more like down to earth. Let's see where 12 Abroad Streets fits into the gaming landscape. As said, we position ourselves as an experimental role-playing game. Our system heavily relies on interface and with playing with words. We have strong and radical artistic choice. Narration, multiple ending, and atmosphere are cornerstone of our game. That said, let's do a comparative analysis. Here are 3 selected games that cover in their way those criteria and our scope range. First, Critter for Sales describes itself as an hybrid between a point-and-click and a visual novel with multiple ending. Second, Whose Lila is a detective game where you interact with the game by moving part of your face in order to create facial expression. It has multiple ending as well. And finally, the case of the Golden Idol is a detective game with a free exploration and deduction process that rely on words. From this comparative analysis, we can already see that an average playtime of less than 10 hours is desirable. Furthermore, given the scope of our game, it seems that a single-digit price is more consistent. This is what the ID card for 12 Abroad Street might look like. We anticipate a pricing of €9.80, 165,000 sales, and a gross revenue of 1.6 million. But where does this value come from? Well, first of all, let's take a look at the estimated budget for the production of the game. We estimate that we will need around €330,000 to complete the entire game. €84,000 are coming from our own funds. It corresponds to the month running from October to February in which we develop the game here at the Enjmin. So what we ask for the publisher is €242,900. This budget, of course, did not come out of nowhere. Let's take a look at our production planning. We are currently at the end of our prototype phase. It allows us to more precisely extract the production metrics and the time necessary to achieve one of these units. From that, we divided the game into different chunks. In that case, the city and its 7 districts, and elaborate the planning as well as a staff plan. Running from October 2025 to May 2026 gonna be our pre-production. In February, we would have a vertical slice, yes, but that won't be the end of the pre-production for us. Indeed, our project have the advantage to be easy to iterate on, yes. Although, we already identified tools and work process that need to be developed and tested by our team to be able to enter in a more fluid and iterative production state. May 2026 seems therefore a more realistic end of pre-production milestone for 12 Abroad Street. Then we have 8 months of production, itself divided in 2 parts of 4 months. With the tools and the workflow well set, we project to be way more efficient at the production of the zone. Note that we also plan to hire 1 additional 3D artist to assist Amandine with asset production. And finally, 2 months of closing to prepare launch. The game would be ready to ship on March 2027 for a total production budget of €326,900 and 1.5 years of production. So, let's go back to our comparative analysis and see where we are standing on that ladder. With that budget in mind, we can set our sales goal. Our break-even point is located roughly around 85,000 sales. But for sure, we are a bit more ambitious than that. By aiming for 165,000 sales, we will generate a gross revenue of 1.6 million. After subtracting the Steam cuts and other taxes, yada yada, we are left with a net revenue of €660,000, doubling at our budget cost. So, here's where we are aiming to stand just above Wuz Laila. But when shooting for the moon, you'd better come prepared. So, how will we manage to do that? Well, first of all, by making a good game, duh. Second of all, by choosing the right editor for us. The one that knows the niche we are aiming for, the one that knows how to talk to player in that niche, and maybe more than that, the one that structures that niche. That's why our first choice will be Critical Reflex, that became very important lately and a seal of quality for many players. Alongside the choice of the publisher, we are working on event planning and communication plan to give our game every chance of achieving its objective. It's still a work in progress, so that will be for our next presentation.
Yeah, so to sum up about our production of game, we wanted to present you the user game strategic plan. For the commercial perspective, we want to offer an all-of-step experience, but to do that from the player perspective, people want a consistent word and story. They want narrative impacts. They also want engaging semantic mechanics and also a memorable gameplay. So to do that, in internal perspectives, we have to work for the consistent word and story about rabbit holes and narrative branches. For the narrative impact, we have to work on decisive choices and also surprise element. For the engaging semantic mechanics, we have to work on impactful actions and also efficient splits and merge. And finally, about the memorable gameplay, we have to work on sudden ways of plays and uncanny events. So that's all for now. Thank you for listening. here is the theme, and if you have any question, you can do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, Cécile is always the winner.
But I did sit closer to you so that you would not run around. Yeah, sure. So hi, I am Cécile from Focus Entertainment. Thank you very much for this presentation. I really thought that the flow of the overall presentation was good. You brought us from not knowing anything about the game to understanding how you structured it, visually, gameplay, etc. I think it was very clear. So thank you for that. The only thing that secretly disappointed me, but it's really a very tiny little thing, when you said that the game could be playable without the ASCII art. It's a very good thing on an accessibility point of view, but I was secretly hoping for you to hide a couple of verbs within the art and like break and yeah, my expectations of the game, and I would have been mind blown. And so now I know that I won't be, at least not at that level. But yeah, so I don't have anything. Maybe there is a little typo somewhere with the Golden Idol copy sold, but yeah, no, but I think you have two different because yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, so from slide to slide, yeah.
Yeah.
It changed a lot, sorry.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, overall, thank you very much for this presentation. It was very good. I'm sure some people will have more to say.
Yeah, I wanted to add the thing about the game playable way of the ASCII shader. We didn't think already about how we gonna set up the things with the words in the ASCII shader. It's not incompatible to the fact that we cannot play with the ASCII shader because you can hide words on the description too. So it's not that we left this idea. It's just that we wanted to the game to be played by the most player possible. So yeah, it was a decision, but we can add things to be in the game too.
Yes, please surprise us.
Thank you. Just the time I'm going to the next question. People online, if you do have questions, do not hesitate to raise your hand in the online.
Hi, Antoine Sarrazin, freelance game designer. Very good presentation. I really like the atmosphere that you've put into it. It really, I wasn't here for the first presentation. I remember talking to the team and discovering it. So it's really nice to just get the ambience. So really great job on that. One question, I've got a lot of them, but I'm probably going to go and see you on the plateau to talk a bit more about it. But one big question I have is, how do you plan to give a bit more life to the interface? We talked a lot about the art direction, about the ASCII art, which is really good, but how do you plan to give a bit more juice, a bit more life to it? I'm really wondering, maybe in hand it might feel a bit different, but right now what I've seen feel a bit static, which is a bit of a shame, with a very atmospheric and retro style, PS1 style Arctic X style, but modernized. So is there any plan on that?
One of the goals with the interface that we are going to work ahead in the future is to make it feel really organic and live. So it has to be to make the player really engage and commit to his experience, really responsive to his actions. We want the player to really feel that his actions have impact on the world that he's his surroundings. So we are planning to try to do some VFX in ASCII that will be on the interface and with the buttons that the player will can play with. And we are planning to do really some animations, VFX that will take place on all the actions and the things possible to be to be able to make it feel more alive and credible also for the player.
On top of that, I want to add that the interface can also serve as a medium for the narration, which means the game can take control of the interface, for example, in a really specific narrative decision where your words can change against your will, like you would only have pet the dog. We're not going to let you kick the dog.
That's very good. One more question, if I can. Yeah. Because it's a very like language-based game, I'm sure there's already the question about localization, but do you have any example how you can use that in terms of the design? Like, how have you thought about the play of words, the fact that some words have multiple meanings, and the fact that you could use them differently? Like, have you thought about different examples of this, for example?
Yeah. So we thought it tricky to have a same word have different meanings because gameplay-wise it would open maybe too many things for us to have a reasonable scope. But we have thought about some special interactions, like some single-use words that you can use only one time, or words that are specific to one branch in the rabbit hole conception of the world. So yeah, for now we don't play as much as semantics as we could, but we start from the bottom, then go upwards to not get greedy too fast and keep a reasonable scope with the time we have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who has questions or remarks? Yes.
Hello, so Marion, sound designer from Ubisoft Montpellier. I have a question about sound detail. You speak about the mix option for the UI sound. I didn't understand well the goal of this. Is it for accessibility or is it just aesthetic choices for the players? Yes.
So the idea behind was that usually when we have filters in games or notch or high pass or low pass frequencies, we never have a way to re-communicate the information that is lost to players that usually take out these frequencies. So the idea is to propose mix that are complete by themselves, but offer a different range of frequency in a spectrum that suits different needs. The one that we're working on right now, I'm testing them regularly with people that have acusonic sensitivity. To see, it's impossible to find a medium that balances for everyone and that pleases everyone, but it really helps me to identify which frequencies are problematic most of the time and offer different type of sounds on the long term. For example, the reduxed one seemed to be really soothing for a lot of people because old school and really smooth, but really unnerving for other people. So the fact that we will offer multiple options will just make it less tiring on the long term.
So it's a mix of aesthetic and accessibility. I think you can push more this because I think for the moment it's very close sound. So I think you can push it more different sound because the idea behind it's very cool. And yes, for the game, for the accessibility, I think you can go more for this idea. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marie. I'm a lead game designer at Ubisoft Paris. First, I wanted to agree with you because I would be very glad if you used the ASCII art to convey some gameplay info or some like hints. That would be great. I just wanted to know if you planned on having a way to track the narrative lines I've already went down, a bit like the journal in Outer Wilds or features like that.
So yeah, we plan to have a log that will, for example, record the 20 last descriptions so that if you miss an information or click or do something you didn't mean to, you can still access the information. And will be a system for like, there will be 4 to 5 endings or mainly branches. So we will record them like there will be some kind of achievements where, oh, okay, you did that this way, you can try something else now. So yeah, there will be a way to track what you already did to try and experiment something else if that
Okay.
was your question.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I wouldn't have to rely on something like on the web just to make sure I follow. I'm kind of a completionist, so. And I had another questions about the playtest you made. Did you learn? Do you have an example of what you learned and like something major that made you changes stuff in the prototype?
Yeah, the major feedbacks was for the interface. For example, we have many feedbacks about the place the users wants to play on the interface. Because on the first playtest, it was a paper playtest with papers where the users, we let the user use the papers as they want to see what places were the most reliable for the player after. We're gonna test it on a digital prototype soon to correct and to see what's the best for the players. But it was majorly on the interface. We also did a sound test to test what are the impression of the UI sounds on the prototype. And also we had feedbacks on the semantics about what word can be merged with another word, logical action that can be made, also about the logic of the actions. Now, for example, we can have a like look building action, it was logic, or it was uncanny, and about the uncanniness, it was the level of uncanniness we wanted for the game, or it was too uncanny for the game, etc. So there are many other things we tested, but we have the main feedbacks we have.
Okay, perfect. And did you have any like findings that made you question your project, or was it mostly confirming what you believed?
It majorly confirmed what we believe for the game. We saw that by the first playtest that our game works, and it was the most important for us. We wanted on the first playtest to understand if the players understand the concept first, and they majorly understood the concept. So that's the first part we wanted. It was done.
Okay, great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And just to add a little note, we were surprised by how many play styles there were. Hence what we said in the start of the presentation. We really thought that all people would like to see everything and experiment everywhere with every interactable, and but there were some people that just rushed through like, okay, I see that, okay, next room, I don't care. We had playtests ranging from 10 minutes to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, and each one was different, so it was quite unexpected.
That's interesting, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there some other question or remark? No. I'm just checking online. Neither. No. So if there's no more remarks, questions, so let's congrat the team one more time. Thank you very much. And let's welcome the next team amongst the thorns, sorry.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you for being here with us today. So we are going to present you our game project, Among the Thorns.
So Among the Thorns is a third-person survival horror game based in the European folklore. Chased by your own family and trying to escape the cult you grew into, survive and avoid folkloric monsters as you play Abigail, a young woman carrying her cursed girlfriend transformed into a basket. So once upon a time existed a community that held a ceremony at each season to commune with nature. Within this community, Abigail, an apprenticed basket weaver, met Eleanor and the two women fell in love. During one of the community rituals, a woman is wed to an old god of nature and season, and Abigail was chosen to be the next bride.
Abigail is wearing a purple wedding dress. Purple is the opposite of the yellow of the community, and it's also the color of feminism. It's also a color for important person because it's expensive to produce. But for her people, she will be married to a deity. In her hair, she tied a ribbon, a faux pas Eleanor.
So the game will start with a stealth tutorial phase that will take place during what we call the wedding games. It's a traditional activity in which villagers are disguised as animals and are searching for the bride. Right before the wedding, villagers discovered the relationship of the two women, which was a problem for them. As a solution, the villagers decided to separate the two women permanently. They transformed Eleanor's body into a basket. Shocked to discover the cruelty of the community she was born into, Abigail left the wedding with Eleanor, hoping to find a way to break the curse. And the villagers started to hunt them down as they take monstrous shapes.
We can recognize some part of Eleanor on the basket, like the handle, which is composed by her hair, or some pearls, or ring she wore. She tried to escape from her fate by grasping something.
As Abigail and Eleanor escape together and try to understand the curse striking them, they will need to avoid the hostile monster they used to call family. With the bride on the run, the community ceremony is spiraling out of control. The villager progressively takes on monstrous and chimerical forms, fused with the neighboring animals and plants. As such, hostility progressively rises through the course of the game, disrupting the player gameplay.
About their behavior. The monsters start in a passive state where they are either patrolling or guarding a place, as you can see. They can see and hear the player, and when they do, they become suspicious and will eventually investigate. When investigating, they will search in the vicinity of the last known position of the player until they find them or they've been searching for too long. When the player is found by a monster, it will scream to call for backup and then chase the player. If the player manages to hide after the monster entered the confrontation state, it will stay in that state for a long time and will be significantly more of a threat. If the monster reaches the player, it's game over.
For the visual of the villagers, we wanted a hybrid between a human and animal, hence the head of a stag, as well as thin limbs and corpse-like appearance. The color of their clothes is in contrast with the main character, as Jade said, which is yellow, which will also allow the player to spot them easily.
So the villagers are the real threat of the game, and that's why we want to give them more presence. And one way to do so is to work around voices and so on. The villagers are different kind of voices depending on the state here they are in. So let's hear first some grunts. Then we have whispers.
Step into the light. It's not too late. Everyone will die. That's your fault. You left us down. Don't disappoint him.
Then we have normal speech.
You're the only one that will save us. So please, come back.
And to finish, we have screams when they are in confrontation state.
With Eleanor body now made of wicker, Eleanor now have strange abilities over vines and brambles. Ability she uses to silently protect her lover against those monsters. The player can use bramble bushes, they grow in the environment, to slow down monsters as a last-ditch effort to escape, or use the bramble bushes as hiding spots. But the brambles can turn against the player if used carelessly, as the player is also slowed down inside the bushes.
The brambles are procedurally generated to adapt to the player's actions. Depending on the offering collected by Abigail, the brambles can have different behaviors. They can become denser, or generate light, or slow down monsters' progressions more significantly.
While the player avoids those enemies, they will also need to watch over Eleanor's curse. By keeping an input pressed, the player can get a closer view of the basket. They must stay still by doing so, and so are vulnerable. It displays the current state of the curse, with the visual effect slowly covering the basket. The curse grows stronger as time passes, and each time the player grows brambles. When the curse is too high, brambles start to grow uncontrollably around the player, hindering them and attracting nearby monsters. As such, the curse is a constant pressure that forces the player to always keep an eye on Eleanor. In order to fight the curse, the player will need to find offerings hidden in the environment. Offerings are pickable everyday items of the community that bring back memories to Abigail and Eleanor. With those objects, Abigail can buy Eleanor more time and prevent her from turning into a soulless object. The current offering in the basket affects Eleanor and how she manifests through the brambles, depending on the corresponding memory. For example, we can have brambles emitting light, attracting enemies, or thicker brambles slowing down Abigail and monster even more with less bright memories. This suggests a wordless communication between the characters, as well as forces the player to always adapt to Eleanor. Thanks to those offerings, the player is able to access safe zones. The safe zones are mysterious, ancient sacred places that seem tied to Eleanor's curse. Inside them, the player is able to sacrifice an offering in order to anchor Eleanor through this memory. Activating those safe zones offers temporary respite to the player through a dialogue sequence with Eleanor's shape and mood depending on the sacrifice offering. Safe zones are also the only way to reset the curse at the price of an offering. At last, game progression is structured around exploration and the solving of environmental puzzles. By solving those puzzles using the brambles or special offerings, the player is able to unlock new areas of the game as Eleanor and Abigail try to uncover the truth behind the curse in hope of finding a way to break it.
So for the vertical slice, we want a level with 3 areas. The first area is a path, that's a linear phase which will support the learning of the offering and the safe zone mechanics. It will also introduce the characters and their objectives, find a way to enter the tumulus to find information of Eleanor's curse. The second area is an open area with dolmens. The player will understand that they have to find a way to open the tumulus. It will be a stealth gameplay in which you have to avoid monsters by using brambles. And the key to open the tumulus will be a kind of puzzles the player has to solve. Finally, the third area is a tumulus that will be a sinuous area in which monsters are preying and will not see the player. There will be a safe zone to finish the vertical slice with narrative information on the curse.
For this vertical slice, we will need several rocks, as it is an open environment, similar to Stonehenge, for instance, and also a few magical rocks to imply the safe zones where Abigail and Eleanor can rest. Some part of the wedding also takes place here, and there are a lot of party assets needed, so we chose to use a trim sheet for all party props to optimize and simplify their creation. With the use of all of these props and a carefully crafted lighting, we will be able to dress the scene properly. and create this spooky and dramatic horror tale atmosphere.
After this little moment of immersion, let's have a quick look at our position on the market. Among the Thorns sits at the crossroads between the emotional, character-driven horror of Plague Tale and Hellblade, the double A indie scope of Indica, Tormented Souls or Martha is Dead, and the queer-centered storytelling you find in Signalis or The Last of Us. And by relying on this research and these references, we were able to define our own target audience. Our core target is players who enjoy narrative-driven third-person horror on PC and consoles, people who play games like Plague Tale, Hellblade, or Indica and are comfortable with dark, slow-burn experiences focused on tension rather than fast action. Within that, we specifically aim at queer players and allies who are looking for stories where a lesbian relationship is not a side detail, but the emotional center of the game. The Walkers, Thorn, and Safe Zones system is built around Abigail and Eleanor's relationship and the violence of being rejected by their family. Beyond gamers, we also speak to fans of European folk horror, people who love movies like Witch or Midsommar, and who are curious to explore that kind of world in an interactive way. So we are not aiming at the broadest mainstream horror audience. We are positioning Among the Thorns as a premium indie for players who want a strong atmosphere, a meaningful queer story, and a tense survival experience rooted in European folklore.
Let's talk about the user experience now. With regards of our target audience, based on Steam review of a game similar to Among the Thorns, we have identified several key areas that we will pay particular attention during our development. First, our players are looking for a high level of immersion, which requires a strong artistical direction, both visual and audio. Second, the notion of challenge comes up frequently, the ability to progress at an own pace during the game. This point is particularly related to the next one concerning the multitude of possibilities for interaction between the player and the environment. On the other hand, our sensitive points concern the frustration associated with this potential difficulty. The monster AI must not seem too simple or too unfair. And last but not least, a game that fails to reinvent itself, mainly due to its level design, which is backtracking or its narrative gathering.
So we have just explained the type of players we are targeting and how we aim to satisfy them as best as possible. But before anything else, it's important to ask ourselves how will we attract these players? On a saturated market with so much competition, why us? So let's talk about KSP and strengths. Among the Thorns blends pagan myth, rural traditions, and queer imagination in a modern take on European folklore. It offers a rare artistic and narrative identity, standing at the crossroads of the sacred, love, and horror. The player embodies Abigail, torn between fear and determination, in a journey that is both physical and deeply introspective. The gameplay emphasizes tension, survival, and vulnerability, turning fear itself into a driving force for empowerment. The visual and sound design create an organic, sensory, and oppressive atmosphere, a world where beauty and menace intertwine, a strong aesthetic coherence that serves emotional immersion. We are confident that by focusing and communicating around these key strengths, we will be able to reach and engage a large part of our target audience. But of course, we also identified the main risks we may face when offering this kind of experience. Emotion and player feeling are the driving forces of our experience. We are relying heavily on the artistic direction, especially on the visual arts, to bring those emotions to life. This will require a significant amount of time, not only in art production, but also in programming, to ensure the final result meets our expectations. And it's crucial that this doesn't come at the expense of a gameplay, UX, or polish, for example. Also, the game mechanics must constantly serve the dramatic tension of and the evolving relationship between Abigail and Eleanor. If this balance falters, players might experience a disconnect between gameplay and emotional impact. And finally, We know that the queer, religious, and communal themes require a subtle approach to avoid misunderstanding or caricature. A misinterpretation could weaken the message or even provoke unintended controversy. Now that we've clearly identified these risks, we can take the necessary steps to mitigate them. For instance, through targeted playtesting, which will be the key in refining our design and narrative balance.
Our fourth playtest was conducted last week with 5 players who match our target audience. It's aimed to explore the 3C, the player behavior in relation to the EI behavior, and how players use the brambles. The objective of the playtest was to reach the end of the level. The players were left to play independently, and their session ended once they had successfully completed the level. At the end of their session, a self-confrontation interview was conducted based on the recorded gameplay, followed by a survey. In short, the result of this playtest shows that the AI is little too strong for now, even unfair, according to our players. Players found the semi-open areas was better than linear areas, even through the difficulty, even though they found them more difficult. The brambles mechanics is appreciated, even if your players have minority with them. And the different sounds we tested, some of which Marvin shared with you just before, are described as oppressive and distressing, and that's a good point for us. In order to best respond to the request made by our players during the first playtest and to ensure that everyone can escape at their own pace, we are developing various accessibility features for both the full game and the vertical slice. Naturally, a full mapping option with at least 2 presets for the controls, subtitles with multiple color, size, background option, and separate volume for volume controls for the music, effects, and voices. Also, 2 preset difficulty levels for the vertical slice, plus a customizable difficulty settings covering various such aspects, some AI, curses, safe zone, and much more. A guided mode that provides reminders of goals and tracks progressed toward the next main objective for the player. And finally, a high contrast mode will be included for visual impaired player. The vertical slice will include at least black and white outlines, along with more advanced customization for collectibles, Monster, Abigail, and Eleanor. And finally, the customization of the colors of interactive element will be available in the game, even though we prioritize a by design approach since our pre-production phase.
Let's now zoom in a more studio level view and talk about cost and feasibility. We position Among the Thorns as a premium indie narrative horror. On PC, we target a base price of 24.99 euros. That puts us in the same range as games like Indica or Made of Scare, and clearly below AA or AAA horror titles in the 40 euros bracket or more. On the cost side, according to our staffing plan, roughly 30 months, and assume an average fully loaded cost of 4,000 euros per full-time team member per month, we end up with an estimated 1.07 million euros to produce the full game. With discounts, regional pricing, VAT, returns, Steam cut, we know that we can keep about 31% of the final price, thanks to the Steam revenue calculator. So at 24.99 euros, that's roughly 7.70 euros net per copy. That means we need around 138,000 copies sold on PC to break even. To put that into context, indie narrative and survival horror titles like Martha is Dead or Indica are in the tens of thousands of copies on Steam, while breakout hits like Signalis have reached several 100,000 players on PC alone. So 138 key PC copies is not a fantasy number. It's a conservative target that assumes we fully cover not only development salaries, but also marketing, overhead, and a safety margin. To make things happen, here is a high-level overview of how we plan to organize production over the coming months to build the entire game. So what really matters is that every estimate includes a safety buffer to handle potential delays, and that we've placed playtesting and UX at the very heart of our planning process. For everything else, I'll be happy to answer your question afterwards. That's it for us. Thank you for your attention. We truly hope we've managed to convince you as much as we have convinced ourselves. And of course, we are more than happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And the first question is coming.
Hello, I win. Okay, hello, I'm William, and it's my first English of the day, so it will be funny. Okay, just thank you for everything. It's a good progression since 1 month, and but one thing, it's very difficult for me to see AA independent games on the same range. It's really not the same range, it's not the same benchmark. And with, by example, you put Martha is Dead and Indica on your benchmark, and you evaluate your copies and your success with that. It's too difficult to mix the both range for me, really. You need to make a better benchmark. I don't know if you have a big benchmark, but yeah, it's very interesting to see that, because you don't make an AA and indie game on the same way, I will say. And also, I want to know if the vertical slice will be more tiny open world, because it's very important to have a wow effect on this vertical. If you have just one moment with story and one moment with tales, I guess it will not be very original on the vertical. So if you have a more open zone to play, it will be more easy for you to explain something, explain what you want to do on the full game. So yeah, I don't know if I have some question, just some remark, but if you want to answer me.
So yeah, for the vertical slice, we've put ourselves several constraints. First, to have small space in order to really craft carefully the environmental art, because it's a key point of the game. But we also want to have one open area where the player can navigate in several ways, using the brambles a lot, using the different paths. I don't know if you can put the slide about the vertical slice. And so this open area is like put between two more linear zones. And in this open area, we want to put different paths. We want to put some backtracking with arriving to the tumulus, seeing its clothes. So you need to go to a landmark, solve the puzzles, and come back with the key. So we think with this small open area, we can express what we want with this survival horror rhythm, with backtracking, with tension, a lot of enemies, but also orienting yourself, just with this open area of the dolmens.
Yeah, I don't know if when I see this slide, I was not sure you want to make some backtracking and some interest on this zone. So okay, okay, great. We will see.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus Entertainment. Thank you for the presentation. So I tend to agree with William that there are some positioning issues still. First thing would be the first thing you say about the game, it's survival horror. Then we see stealth, and that's about it in terms of like the big markers of the survival horror genre. I would have loved to see, like, I expect at least, and maybe you can tell us, okay, we're keeping this from the survival horror genre, but we will not use like the ammunition or like resources management that you usually need to do in this kind of game. And yeah. So yeah, be careful of the words you use and like the expectations they create in your audience. And you are free to use any word you want, but if the expectations are skewed, you need to like explain it. Also, since the narrative seems to be important, I get like what a story is, and that's fine. I could have lived with it coming a bit later in the presentation, but I would have loved to know how the story is told. Do I have conversations with my with my basket? These kind of things. Since the relationship between Eleanor and Abigail is also like something very important. You put it within like the pillars of your experience. Like how does this relationship can evolve? Like because your lover is basically a basket, so that's very unusual. So I would have loved to know more about that. And there are also some word logic issues. For instance, I don't understand why would thorns coming out from my basket would attract monsters. It seems, you know, a little bit like a hair on the soup. Yeah, but I do agree that you've made lots of progress. I still get the impression that it's a bit all over the place, and it could like be a bit more directed at something clearer. But thank you very much.
Maybe I can answer for the first part of your remark about what we're taking from the survival horror genre. So yeah, we have the stealth element, which is not something really specific of survival horror. We are going really deep into the stealth because it's something that interests us. And from the survival horror, we're also taking the maze-like building of the environment with the need to backtrack and solve puzzles to open new areas. And we're also taking the resource management element to create tension through the gameplay, but we're using it as the curse attaining Eleanor. And so it's less a resource management layer that taking the whole game, like you find an ammunition and you can keep it to the end of the game. It's more from one safe zone to one safe zone. You have this resource to manage, the offerings to find in order to find safety in the safe zone. So we still have this kind of resource management element from the survival horror.
Okay. There's a question online. So Mylène, if you want to say your remark or ask your question.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I agree you made a lot of progress, so congrats on that. I have a question about the story because you have a story about discrimination because of sexual orientation, which is great. But one of the things I miss is that you need to, for me, be very clear about the game message and the value you stand for and how you will display this in the story. Because yeah, having safe zone and references for me are not enough. I think we are in a time where we need to take a very clear position about what we support. How do you plan to do that, and how does the story end? Thank you.
So how the story ends, it ends well. First of all, the two girls flee the village, so it's great. And secondly, about the message, I think for us it's very clear that we talk about homophobia, but yeah, maybe we should add it more on the presentation and maybe more on the presentation to tell it to our audience.
Thank you.
Hello, Lucas. I'm from Ubisoft Bordeaux, associate producer. I have two comments. So first of all, well, three things. Thank you for the presentation. It progressed a lot, so it's nice. Thank you again for that. My first question was about the risk you you showcased. First of all, about the asset and the art production. You've said it was a risk, but I think I may have missed how you wanted to manage it and mitigate it. Do you plan, for example, to have modular asset or elements like that that could help you on that?
Yes, for the environment, yeah, all of the assets are planned to be modular, such as rocks and things like that. Yeah, that's the first thing that we're working on right now. I don't know if it answers right.
Yes, I don't know if you plan other elements that could help you on this this specific pipeline.
Yes, we are planning on vegetations and things like that, or maybe more party props too, and also the tumulus, which will be a part of the game, so a modular tunnel system.
Okay, thank you. I had another comments about the European folklore. Just an advice for you guys. Make sure to, if it's possible, to try to find books about it or even expert about it, because it's highly possible that you create a chimera of a European folklore, and having those people that could advise you, maybe you could add more depth into your narration through the art and the narrative environment. So if you have the time to do that, I think could be a good idea, especially since I think also you put it in your risk slide.
Yes, right. We have some books that we are looking when we are making art, but you're right. Thank you.
And that's it, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, so Marion, sound designer from Ubisoft Montpellier. So I have a sound question. I didn't understand well the artistic direction of the creator voices, but I think we will speak about together with you, because I think I must have more detail because I don't understand on the direction. But I have a question for detail on it. I've heard a lot of sound effects like reverb, delay on the release of the sound, and I didn't understand if it was part of the sound effects or if it's the acoustic of a place. And yes, I didn't understand, and I didn't understand where I heard this type of sound, if it's sound effects or acoustic.
So for now it's not fixed yet. There's one layer of reverb that is a reversed one, which is part of the which is a part of the sound itself, and the other was to test in which environment we could hear that, but it's not really fixed yet on the amount of reverbs that we have. In those designs we have three reverbs layers, and yeah, I'm still working on it, but I think it will be we won't have much reverb in the final take. So some of them might, some of these voices, like the whispers, could be heard like in the player's head, and the normal speech, for instance, or the screams will be in the diegetic world. So it's not really fixed yet in those layers of effects.
Okay, thank you. Because yes, I'm curious about how it sounds in game, because in this type of games, the specialization is important to have to know where the enemy is. So yes, I'm curious about the result in game, but I don't know if we can hear later. We can hear it later. But yeah, thank you.
Hello, I am Lucille from Quantic Dream. glad to see you for the first time. So I won't be as gentle as the other jury, because right now the first presentation that I saw is quite blurry and sparse. I see that you have elements, but quite not linked together yet in the presentation you give us today. So I'm a bit confused about what I saw, and I have a few questions, and the first will be, how about the control mapping? I don't think that you have presented how the player will play.
So as it's, we have two main control mapping. We want the game to be playable keyboard and mouse and with a controller. So for example, for the mapping of with the controller, you have one trigger that you use to aim with the brambles. Another trigger you can use to have the close view of the baskets in order to see the progression of the curse. You have one button you can toggle in order to sprint or not, and you have one of the buttons on the top of the trigger in order to crouch. So we have put a lot of the gameplay inputs on the trigger and the button above the triggers, because it's something more easy to use for most of the people.
Okay, it will be really interesting maybe to even introduce the gameplay on the input, so you can link the input directly to your presentation, because I saw a lot of a prototype, which is good. But right now I'm a bit confused about the different phases also. You seem to have a dialogue with the baskets, and I'm a bit sad that you didn't call the game Wicked Basket. But that's me, I love the puns. And how do you plan to guide your player to hide in the front bushes? It seems to be spiky.
Yeah, so it's like a thematic element of the game, this kind of duality between it's something you can hide into, but it's also something that can turn against you, because at the end it's an element of the curse that your partner, Eleanor, try to use to help you. And it's like a reference to how Abigail and Eleanor have been living in this community. They thought they were in security, they were surrounded by peers and family members, but at the end they were in a spiky situation because all those people around them revealed to be hostile to them. So we kind of like this duality of you use those bramble bushes to hide, but they can also hinder you in some way if you use them carelessly.
It's really interesting. I would love to see it more on the nose, directly written on the screen. It will be easier for us to project in your game.
Okay.
And a last one, and after I will give a mic. For the GA, I think that right now, again, you have a lots of various elements. Please, even in presentation, mid-presentation, intermediate, show us the mood boards. The mood boards will help us to give hints of what you are going to take from for after when we see the prototype or the different assets that you present. So we can link it to a bigger picture. Right now, you have thought about colors, but we didn't saw a color palette. So it's quite, I'm getting the elements, but not again the ideation of a vision. We have a lot of things to see, but right now just compact it a bit more.
Hi, I'm Marie, lead game designer at Ubisoft. I just wanted to go back to Milen's question, because there's something that's been bugging me about your team since last time. I think it's great that you tackle teams and that you target these teams and that you target this audience. The thing is that it lacks intense in your slides, I think, because I feel when I listen to you, I feel it's more like, yeah, we wanted to make a game for the queer audience, so we used homosexual heroes and that's it. But I think you have a message you want to convey. I think there's something, it's hard to tell what I think. Maybe we can talk about that later, but I think there's something you have to clarify why your story makes sense with two women. What's specific about telling a story of two women, and about the homophobia? I think it's not strong enough in the sense of in this type of I don't know how to say setting. It's the forbidden love is a trope that we've seen a lot. So yeah, I think you need something stronger and more impactful in your narration. And I think it's great as a base team, but you have to go further in the way you're selling this to us. So yeah, maybe we can discuss about that later. So yeah, that's not a question, more of a remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or remarks? No? Yeah.
Just a bit of a kind word, because the last remarks were a bit harsh on you. So don't give up. There is a true potential for a strong identity, for a very interesting game. Sorry. So yeah, don't lose face because of a bit of remarks and everything. It's just some encouragement to go further, to explore what you've already done.
Thank you. So let's congratulate the team just to cheer up. And yeah, thank you. And thank you for your work. And let's welcome the last team of this morning, My Herbarium. We have a small technical problem, so just give us 2 minutes. petit interlude pour profiter de l'ambiance du jeu, profiter de cette ambiance sonore. I think it's okay now. Thank you for your patience. And so, yes to you.
Hello everyone, sorry for the delay. Welcome to My Herbarium, a relaxing 2.5D game where you explore, socialize and document plants to share your knowledge. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a grandmother that is an amazing cook but never took the time to write down her recipes? Well, in My Herbarium, you kind of are this grandmother. So who do you play as? Well, an old non-binary nature enjoyer. And where are you? In a small community in a swamp. And what is your goal? To create an herbarium of all local plants. But why do you do it? Because now you have an apprentice and you need to share the knowledge you never wrote down with them to make sure they will get along fine.
So let's talk about playthrough. As a character, you wake up and stumble upon your apprentice. She asks you about the completion of your herbarium. She is young and full of energy. She loves to learn new things. Her goal is to create a map of the swamp, so she is always crawling around in the bushes looking for new pathways.
Your herbarium is your guide, where you collect all the plants you find. The completion level of your herbarium indicates your progress in the game. Here is a first mock-up of the herbarium done in Figma. If you open your herbarium, you can see the pages you have already completed, as well as those that are missing. You can check recipes and what you have to do during the day. There are still so many plants to find, so let's go exploring. Let me introduce you to the 3 C's of your exploration mode. Starting with the camera. We're in a 2.5D world with a camera that follows the player and stay close to the character. This creates a more intimate atmosphere and allows the details of the environments to be highlighted, giving you the impression that you are truly in the swamp. Next, the character. Sorry. Next, the character. The player can walk around and interact with the environment. These actions form the core of our exploration experience, allowing them to move freely around the world and interact with its various elements. Finally, the controller. Gameplay relies mainly on point-and-click controls supported by a few keyboard shortcuts. Interaction is done mostly by clicking on elements in the environment while maintaining an intuitive and easy-to-use experience. Here, a sneak peek at what the world will look like. It's beautiful, isn't it?
The 2.5D world around you is filled with flowers, mushrooms, mosses, and exciting biodiversity, thanks to the beautiful swamp you live in. Each part of the swamp has its own unique charm, from windswept marshes to glimmering wetlands, even some areas glowing with bioluminescence and others home to gigantic plants. As we begin production, we are wrapping up the look of My Herbarium's world and starting to integrate prototype assets into the engine, like you saw earlier.
Sound and music will help us give even more life to the environments. Our goal is to soothe, intrigue, and amaze players. Books and other type of media are a great help in our creative process for references and inspirations. We are also spending time in nature as a team, and we've made a trip at San Fran Swamp for visual references and field recordings. We want to have a musical environment that players can hear more as they complete the herbarium. In exploration gameplay, we are mixing a 2D music with 3D musical phrases placed on the plants and mushrooms we can collect. So that you know that is working well, there is a short extract here, but not in collectibles yet. For now, it's 2 instruments, one on an NPC and a melody on water lilies.
Sorry. So going back to the exploration, you will be able to encounter NPCs in the swamp. For instance, you may find a local painter who might tell you about the plan to use red flowers to make red paint, but they don't know where to find red flowers. So it's up to you to find some. So there are multiple NPCs in this swamp. They are spirits of the swamp. They all embody a different thing. So for instance, on screen you can see Crashkey, Barbrook, and Bilboquet, who all embody a different thing. NPCs are used to give you narration, lore, and also quests. So going back to our little example, we are going to be able to go in the swamp in search of red flowers. And when we find some, we decide to forage some for the NPC and for our herbarium to complete it. When we do that, we go into what we call the interaction mode. That means your camera will zoom in on the plant and you won't be able to move it anymore. Then your character will only be represented by the mouse cursor, which will act as your hand. And using said mouse, you'll be able to control and move and grab objects and use objects in a 2D environment. all of which is works in physics. So for the interaction example for the foraging, so everything is physical. Your goal is to cut the flowers of the plant, and the challenge is that you need to make sure you don't hurt the plant too much by cutting at wrong spots.
So, on your way back, you can give to the NPC the flowers she wanted. She is very happy. She gives you a small trinket in return. You talk for a bit and learn more about the swamp. Yay! So, how to fill the herbarium? Then, you decide to add this new red flower to your herbarium. First, you need to place it on the dryer. This is the object at the right. Then, press it with the dryer by rotating the handle. And finally, the plant appears in your herbarium with the description of it. Look, the apprentice is happy to see this new plant in your collection. When you progress in the herbarium, the apprentice will give you information to discover new zones, previously knowledge gated. The knowledge transmission goes both ways. She's also the one that gives you the in-game map and updates it with each new zone.
So, to recap, our players' short-term motivation would be to find a plant or explore more of a zone they already know. For middle-term motivation, we could have discover a new zone, which players do by filling out the herbarium and talking to their apprentice. Or maybe help a spirit, like we saw before, and finding the red flowers. For long-term motivation, players will want to fill out the entire herbarium. So for the complete game, this would work about this way. We're thinking about a 20-hour experience. And since our game is very open, it's difficult to anticipate what players will do in what order. So this beat chart represents a typical game with 7 different beats. Here, the curve you see represents how much lore the player learns through dialogues and interactions. You can see that the beats are punctuated by the discovery of new zones and some important game events, but also by the learning of new systems. For example, at first you can only dry some flowers, but then you learn how to make spore prints for mushrooms or algae, etc. This will bring new interest to the game as the story progresses.
And now we'll be talking a little bit about user experience and user research. So first of all, a little reminder of our target audience. So as you can see on screen, we are targeting cozy gamers who search for a stress-free experience and who are especially interested in exploration, NPC interaction, different types of activities, and a great and unique artistic direction. And so to reach this definition, we were looking and asked for different players from the games you can see on screen right now, which are games that are quite similar to our own. And so we make sure to always keep the user at the center of our production. And so that's why in our game, the exploration, NPCs, and different types of activities are very important. Talking also a little bit about accessibility in our game. So we've been working on a list of all of the different features we could add to the game, and also an order of priority with a Moscow. And to give a small example, I've taken a screenshot of the interface of Wonderstop. And so you can see there is customizable subtitles. There's also accessibility for dyslexia and colorblind. And we would like to go a little bit further, so it's just a quick example of what we would like to do. And also up next, we'll be working on different types of mockups for all the different interfaces of the game. And talking about mockups, you've already seen the mockup of the book, which we were able to test in remote. We've had 11 participants, and using a mix of open questions and the SUS, which is a questionnaire to evaluate the system usability. We've been able to reach multiple conclusions, and to make it short, you have there you have some of them listed here, so it works quite well. Mostly because the interface is still very simple and has big buttons with big text. However, the log section, which you can see on screen, wasn't understood because it is a section where we find a log for the different dialogues, but also where you can find the quests you have right now. And so the quest part wasn't understood at all by the participants. And another example was flipping the pages wasn't understood as well because there is no visual or audio indication for that.
Now for the fun parts. I begin this part with 3 analyses of our competitors. So first here is Botany Manor, a puzzle adventure at the first person, setting in the 19th century's manor, where your goal is to grow plants to feed your herbarium. So as you can see, we have a similarity because we also have an herbarium to complete. One of the main intentions is the game is also the sharing of knowledge, so as we are, and you can discover the world at your own rhythm. But Botany Manor is also different from my herbarium because it's a 3D game. Also, you have to resolve puzzles to find the plant's characteristic, and you've got no encounters. You only have letters to find the narration. The second one is Potion Craft. It's an alchemist simulation in 2D where you physically interact with tools to create potions and fill customers' requests. As you saw in our prototype, we also have physically based micro-interactions. And also you have to collect plants. The thing that is different is that it's a craft potion to solve quests, and it's also a management game where you have to manage resources and your shop. And also, well, the main difference is that your NPCs, your characters, are customers. That's not our case. And finally, Witchwood, that is an adventure RPG in 2.5D, where you play a witch. You need to explore, collect magical ingredients, craft enchantments, and socialize with characters. That is the game that is the most close to our game, because it's a 2.5D game. In a swamp, your characters, the characters, the NPCs, give life to the universe, and you collect plants. But the setting is totally different. It's a fantasy game where you play a witch, where you collect imaginary flora and you craft magic potions. So regarding everything, all the things, we positioned ourselves in regard of our competitors. On this scale, you have distance on the side that are more cold management games or exploration games, and on the other side, hopeful. On the other axe, you have player-driven, that is more games that allow the player choose their own path and their own rhythm. And story-driven, that are games that don't let the player discover the world at their own pace because they have to follow the story. And thank you for your attention.
Yes, Cécile is first.
Hi, so Cécile from Focus Entertainment. Thank you very much for the presentation. You really know how to settle an ambience, like with the music, the animations, like it's really cute as F, so thank you for that. I have a little issue with the hierarchy of the presentation and the way it flows. I would have loved to know more about what I would be going to do inside the game before you tell me everything about the NPCs, the apprentice, and that kind of stuff. But it's just like some order of things to switch, so it's really not that big of an issue. So I could say a lot of things. There is just one that I want to emphasize. Like the game is called My Herbarium. So as a player, I'm expecting to be able to like really own this object, and like in the small loop about collecting a flower, drying it, pressing it, and then you say, and then it appears in your herbarium. Like I would love just to be able to put it myself, like wherever I want on the page, be able to maybe tilt it, add a little note that I like decide, you know, maybe a sticker, I don't know, something, but just something to really enter to the expectation you're setting with the title. But it's just a tiny little thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Cécile.
Hello, I want this game on my life right now. Just one thing, very important thing. It's really cool to have a comparative with many games. For the document, it's very cool to put some 3D games to explain what is the difference. But on your own process, don't be too afraid about your differences between your game and 3D games, because it's not the same flow, it's not the same gameplay, it's not the same players, yes, but we don't go on a 3D game for the same reason we go to a 2D game on this type of game. So many game word on my answer. But yeah, it's a really cool game, but now you need to enjoy 2D games but I forget my word. You need to take the inspiration from 2D game only, I guess, because it's very the same flow. Yeah. Whew.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Leslie. I am an associate producer at Ubisoft. Thank you for the presentation. I agree, I'm really the target here, so I really liked it. The audio design is really good. But I agree, my Steam wish list is so full of wholesome games, so it's a bit of a challenge to come out of the whole offer that we have on that target. I'm not sure I understand the physical mechanic aspect. I think it can be a bit tedious and repetitive along the progression. So do you consider adding maybe a progression system that would help make it easier or skippable at some point? And also I saw a reference to recipes. I'm not sure I got that as well. Will we be able to craft things? Will it serve the quest objectives?
About the difficulty, about the skip of some interactions, we thought about it, but we don't know if we keep it for the vertical slice, because this is for a full game. It's more for a full game, and we have a lot of parameters on the plants when you cut it for the forage, like the rigidity, the rigidity, where you have to cut it. So we have some parameters to make it more challenging. Thank you.
And I would like to add that for us it's important to have an accessibility option, because we know that some players might not be able to use this physicality system but might still want to play the game. So it is something we have thought about. And I'm sorry, I forgot about the second part of your question about the recipes. It's actually something that we had thought about, but we decided to remove it from the core of the game to focus more clearly on the herbarium task. But it is something we are thinking about bringing punctually into the game. Like, for example, around mid-game, there would be a spirit gathering event where you would have to craft trinkets with your apprentice, and it would be a fun bonding time for you and the character. And thank you very much.
Hi, Antoine, game designer. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I think I'll join a lot of people that saying like it's really cute. It looks really interesting, enticing, and I'm really curious to see on the plateau like how it feels like to play already, like what you have in the prototype. One of the main questions I have, I think, is one of the few last things you said is 20 hours, and when it's written that 20 hours of playtime. And so there's two questions from that, like based on the other games that you have as reference, which when I did a little check, looked around more 10 hours of playtime. Are you sure about filling that much of, like that, put that much content into the game for it to last 20 hours? And something I didn't see in that presentation, what's your production plan for all of this?
Thank you very much for your question. About the 20 hours game time that we have estimated, it is because since the game is very free and we want the game to be contemplative, and we want to allow players to actually take their times. So we are not thinking about having, like, for example, in Stardew Valley, a days system that will go by according to the time. We'd actually like for the players to decide when they want the game to end. So 20 hours is more of a bigger estimation, but it's just a way to express how we want players to be able to take their times and go back and enjoy the game without having to progress in the story.
And for the production planning, I'm still working on it, so it's work in progress. But at the end of this phase, on the vertical slice, we have one zone. So the first bit that we showed just before. But after we have to do the 6 other zones, we estimated between 1 month and 1.5 months to do each zone and had each mechanic. So for the first estimations, it'd be around 1 year of development after the vertical slice.
Thank you.
Hello again. My question was just answered because it was about the ending of the game. Did you have an expected completion rate of your herbarium, or is it what is driving the player, or is it more free? I think you are leaning to the more free. And to speak more about the herbarium itself, I do agree with my comrades. Did you have seen some sticky business gameplay? Did you have seen some patchwork, some really handy and crafty in the real world also? Maybe you can lead to that and give the player a bit of free creative space between your pages, and if you can maybe characterize it more with intervention of your apprentice or something like that. I think you have a great game for playing between the in-game part and your interface. So maybe this one could be the link between the storyline and actually playing the game by placing the object. You can also see for physics and placement in an interface a little to the left, which is a small game, cozy game. Everything is cozy and it's nice and easy. But it's quite tricky because you have a lot of assets to be meant to be beautiful and pleasing to handle. So I would like to underline that the physics will be your main caveats. So be careful about that. Please take it to the smoother experience as you can. You have a few months to do that, so be careful also on the scope, but I think you have already a great base.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mylène, you have a question or remark? to share with us?
Hello, so Milan. I do marketing for indie games. So I want to say again that 20 hours for this kind of game will just afraid a publisher. Even if you can play for a lot of time without ending the game, I think you shouldn't use this to show people that you can play at your own pace. But my question was, what's the in-game justification for the apprentice that is the one who show you how to go to find new plants? I'm just kind of curious about that because it doesn't really seem logic to me.
Thank you very much for your remarks and question. In the game, your apprentice is new to the swamp, and so you're trying to take care of her. So, because you know all about plants, you want to create the herbarium to help her. But she has her own personality, and what she is really passionate about is map making. And so she is always crawling around everywhere in bushes, crossing rivers she shouldn't, just to see if she can find new pathways, which is something you, being old, would not do. And so, because of this, your apprentice will find new paths that you can take that you didn't even know existed. And the relationship between the player and the apprentice will grow during the game from, oh, I have to protect her and teach her everything, to, well, maybe she's a bit more independent than I thought, to the third part, which would be, wow, I actually have things to learn from her as well. And the knowledge transmission will now go both ways.
Okay, so this is something we see in games. So we are just running around, and then she will go into bushes and say, "Hey, there is a river right here." Like it's something explained, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there some other remarks or questions? So everything is clear. Everything is good. I miss my English as well. So, well, let's congratulate the team once again. And all the teams of this morning. And let's take a break, lunch break. And I remind you, for the people here, that we will have time to go see the teams that we've shown this morning, maybe the teams of this afternoon. Just after having a break. And so we will go back here for 2 p.m. So for the people online, thank you for exchanging with us. So talk to you in few hours now at 2. So let's go for the lunch break. I think everybody needs it. Thanks again for the teams of this morning, and thank you for the exchanges.
Test.
Test 2.
Hi again. Hope you had a great and very rich break with a lot of discussion. So let's start again. 3 more games to listen to. And let's start and let's encourage the Uray team.
Do you miss me?
Are we still friends? Why did you disappear?
I can't move on.
Uray is a psychological and survival horror game set in a manga's haunted pages. Delve into the book and bend its rules to rewrite the narrative.
Let us introduce you to our main protagonists. They are called June, a mangaka in their 40s who had an overall unsuccessful career. They are sarcastic, unenthusiastic, and unpleasant. They lost their creativity, so they went to find an old diary trying to get some inspiration by discovering again the short stories they've written years ago. But while reading, my bad. But while reading it, they got absorbed by the book. Like that. Trapped in it, June's right arm fused with the book. Quickly, they remembered that this story never reached an ending, and it looks like this manga is forcing them to finish it. June is now able to move across the panels of the manga. Let's have a look. As the player, we are able to follow them through fixed cameras. You can move freely and proceed to the next panel by reaching either a door or a pass. If you're on the last panel of a page, it will automatically turn to bring you to the next one.
So the book. Fused to the end, the book is glowing with a dark aura. This is the same book you're looking at when playing the game. Thanks to this book replacing the hand, June can skim through the manga pages. Playing as June, you can at any time zoom out to get a better view of the double page you're exploring. Using the bumper, you can then turn the pages, allowing you to read back what you have done or replay a page. Let's see with an example. Here, there's June in the middle of a panel. We can zoom out by entering navigation mode. We now have a full view of the double page, seeing the panels June has already explored, while the rest is completely blank. We can now turn the pages using the bumper. Here, we turn the pages to the right, going to a previous double page that we can choose to replay if we want by pressing A. Replaying the page make the character appear at top right, then it automatically zooms back in. Now June is back in the past and will be able to change events by doing different actions which may impact the future.
Now, one question arises. Why is the manga haunted in the first place? The story of Yurei is built on multiple layers. The player will learn the first layer at the start of the game during the onboarding, and that's what we presented until now. Other layers will be distilled throughout the game, for example, with hidden clues, footnotes, handwritten notes on the pages, dialogue with the manga, voices we heard like in the prototype earlier. It all started with June's relationship with the friends group they had back then in their 20s. They were their only friends and were completely codependent. But something terrible happened. One member of the group disappeared without any of them knowing why. The sudden nature of the event left them all in shock. Each one tried to cope in their own way, but ultimately the group began to break apart. June was the one to take it the hardest. They were losing all their marks, unable to accept the situation. They were not ready to move on. Paranoia began to insidiously fill their mind. June was under the impression that the others thought it was all their fault and were turning on them. In short, they were slowly losing control over their life. That's why they finally took refuge in working on their manga. In the vertical slice, that's this layer, that something terrible happened to June that will begin to be hinted. Searching for catharsis, June put into the manga all their fears, their culpability, their resentment, and most of all, their denial of the situation. The manga became cursed because of that, absorbing all of June's negative emotions like a sponge. June, appeased, finally moved on and abandoned the manga, but by doing so, they lost a part of themselves. That's why 20 years later, they decide to open the manga again, hoping to find answers. But they were not prepared to be absorbed and plunged into their troubled past.
In the manga, the creature is a physical manifestation of the curse. It represents an amalgamation of their friends and the denial that owned June's. The presence of all these arms reinforces the feeling of being caught up by their past, always within the creator's reach. The faces symbolize a different perspective on a situation, here those of their friends, and the constant sense of being watched. Its purpose is to erase the progress Junes make towards the truth and to hide their past. This attitude is directly reflected in the monster's behavior. The creature bends the rules of the manga, being able to appear wherever it wants, for example between two panels, or in a panel the player already visited. During most of the vertical slice, the creator will appear briefly, eyeing at the player but not directly interfering. It's only at the end of the vertical slice, ending on a cliffhanger, that the creator will start becoming a menace in a scripted sequence, appearing between two panels, before running in a straight line after the player with a panel that could extend itself abnormally to build up tension. Then the page will turn, letting you think you're safe. But the creature would be waiting for you around the corner, showing it can also travel between the pages, like you can.
So we are trapped inside the book and a creature is chasing us, but we have a way to progress. June will learn how to use ink to defeat the will of the manga. This power will allow us to create paradoxes by rewriting parts of the story to counter the curse and allow us to escape. One of the main ways to change things in the story will be by absorbing and using ink charges. By exploring, the player will sometimes find elements covered with ink. And absorbing ink will give the player an ink charge. He can then use the ink charge to ink sketches found around the level, for example, this electric panel. Once inked, the sketch becomes a true part of the story. Here, drawing this electric panel will allow to light up a nearby room. All of these different interactions will allow the player to alter the story and change its fate, which is required to progress through the game.
Okay, so let's step back for a moment and talk about where the story of this manga takes place. In Jun's original book, the setting is an isolated island, a dangerous place with sharp cliffs, freezing temperatures, and extreme winds. Just let's get a quick feel for the atmosphere. Right at the edge of one of these cliffs, there's a town shaped like a monster face. It was built that way to take shelter from the wind using the rock wall as protection. Now let's take a closer look.
This village is an ancient place of pilgrimage, deserted after the collapse of the cliff that destroyed the cathedral at the top. It's a ghost town, so there is not a lot of inhabitants left. The streets are narrow and they're all along the cliff. There is an old elevator that helps to travel from the bottom. Place sound like. Like many elements in Uray, there is a symbolism behind the village. It represents June's lost relationship with her friends. It is fragile and stable, on the brink of collapsing. It is also a prison. They are trapped in the past and can't accept to move on. At the west of the village, there is a path that leads into a cave where occult rituals takes place. June will have to overcome different obstacles during their escape from the manga. Depending on the situation, their breathing will change. So here is a short demonstration with placeholders. To record the sounds, I made a tool to help for the transitions mostly because they require good timing. So here it is.
In parallel with this breathing system, and to make character control feel more realistic and immersive, we've added several procedural animation features in using inverse schematics. So far, we focused on arm movements when the player gets close to interactive elements, as well as head movements that get the player to look at certain nearby objects.
Production-wise, we are working on a custom tool to make manga layout creation easily accessible for favorite game designers, and we are using the UL toolkit for that and currently experimenting with it, as you can see.
One of the example of this risk is optimization issues. In fact, in our game, each panel corresponds to a camera, so a very large number of cameras are required, which could cause performance and fluidity issues for the player. To optimize all of this, we have already found several solutions to counter this problem. The first solution, simple but very effective, is to deactivate cameras that are not in use or in which there are no moving parts. Another solution relies on frustum culling. Off-screen textures are ignored and not drawn, which significantly reduces rendering calls for invisible elements. We also ensure that the render texture size for our cameras isn't too large to drastically reduce GPU memory usage. Here, the main mechanic is the player's navigation from panel to panel in our manga. That's why we also design different navigation systems for the player as they move from one panel to another. The first system that I call the move to system is a very simple one that removes control from the player, automatically guiding them to a specific point before finally restoring control. And the second system, called the interpolation system, more technical, use interpolation of the input axis from or control between two fixed cameras using simple rods. Here, the direction of our input gradually adapts to the new camera, allowing for smooth control.
Talking about user experience, our main risk is concern the navigation through the different frames with different camera angles. So we did accessibility research and documentation, and we are waiting for difficulties shown in playtest that are going to be led at the end of the week. So we searched example and got previous advices for navigation through the panels. The first one, for example, is a golden path. For example, in Fury, when you stick your joystick in the same direction, you follow a spline through the different camera angles. Then in Pokemon, you have transition when the player do not have the control, and it's notably used for narrative aspects. And then we can use a git system like the Bloom Scent of Awake in League of Legends. These three references are linked to our first playtest as far as mobility and navigation are concerned. So we are going to do an A/B testing playtest planning with the first group that have a prototype with the interpolation and the move to system that we talked about earlier, and then a second group with the transition between zones like in Pokemon in the references. All of these are based on Maria Gatti's research on perspective-taking spatial ability with notably engocentrism point of view and allocentrism point of view, and how players use their strategy to orient themselves. Here is a quick view of the prototype, so with different moving through the panels. We are going to test by walking in the scenes and by running to test the fluidity.
All right. So our goal for the vertical slice is to show all the potential of the game, both in its atmosphere, its puzzles, and its horrific aspect. To achieve this, we thought about a game sequence that will arrive around the end of the first act of the full game at the inciting incident where the creature is released for the first time. Our aim was to mix up the sequences with the first phase of exploration focusing on the environment and atmosphere of the places. Then we will arrive in a puzzle phase highlighting the navigation system between the pages. After that, we wanted another calmer moment with the phase of the cult, allowing to bring a higher narrative degree with dialogue and story elements points. And finally, we wanted to conclude the vertical slice with a moment of confrontation with the creature and end on a cliffhanger that makes you want to know more. And for the MVP, we will focus first off on the construction of the cliff town and on the first encounter with the creature.
Let's now look at Yuri's positioning within the current psychological horror game market. The project is driven by a strong supernatural art direction and built around a core concept of meta-narrative control. The manga itself acts as a conscious entity, actively preventing the player from escaping. It is from this constraint that Yurai's draw is unique value proposition. By subverting and breaking a traditional manga convention, each manga panel becomes a playable space of meta-horror, where the player is no longer just a reader or a character, but the creator trapped inside their own work. This positioning directly shapes Yurai's production scope. The project is planned over 7 months of production, with a core team of 5 people, leading to an estimated total cost of 188,000 euros. To define Yurai's pricing, we analyzed our competitors through the ratio between production cost and playtime. This comparison led us to a price of 9.99 euros. Based on this price, we established an initial estimate of the break-even point, set at 68,000 copies sold. An analysis of competitor sales highlight a strong audience for short-form psychological horror experiences with an average of 388,000 units sold per title. These results indicate a favorable market trend for Yurai and point toward a comfortable margin potential. In addition, Yurai can rely on a large community of potential players with cross-disciplinary video game and manga events, such as Japan Expo, Art2Play. These events represent key marketing opportunities which we plan to target following the September release, notably with Art2Play in November. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So first question to Cécile.
Hi, so Cécile from the sourcing team at Focus Entertainment. Thank you very much for the presentation, even though I will be honest, I was a little bit disappointed. No, so I think there is a tiny issue with the way the presentation flows, and I think that we do not have enough information on the gameplay, like before diving into the characters, into the narrative onion thing. And I think there are tons of things that are open by the your intentions that you don't, in which you don't dive enough. For instance, you're speaking about the cameras as an issue in the optimization part, and it's fine, but you should, before that, you should have told us, so we are going to use multi points of view. This is going to be interesting because we are going to use that as a gameplay tool to, I don't know, subvert the expectations of the player, to create interesting gameplay sequences, and to give us example of that. Yeah, or for instance, something else that popped into my mind is sometimes you could also have some shifts in the way time flows. You know, sometimes you have this aspect of pause. Like you could use that and tell us about that, like before going into the little details that are, you know, less. It's not that it's less interesting, but as long as we don't have like this big picture vision, it's harder to make sense of them. Yeah, so that's why I was a little bit disappointed, but it's still a very strong proposition. So, yeah, I think I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I totally agree. You are so technical. At the end, I don't see what you want to make in terms of gameplay, in terms of new gameplay, new ideas, but technically it's very impressive. You are the second or third project on your positioning. You are on the top right. It's a trap, really. If you have that, it's a problem. And also, just a little advice, you put mouse flashing on your benchmark. It's interesting to see you are on the same market, but don't take the numbers of mouse flashing for your benchmark in terms of copy sold, etc. It will be more precise. I say, but yes, but I totally agree about the gameplay. I want to see more gameplay and more ideas of gameplay. But congratulations, it's pretty technically, it's very very impressive for me.
Thank you.
Rémi Boutin, senior game designer at Ubisoft. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question on the creatures because you said at the end of the vertical slice you will encounter the creature. I saw the creature. It will be a nightmare to animate. So how confident are you to... A quadruped is already hard, but if I remember there was 6 members or more.
Hello, thank you for the question. For the creature, we will see a different part of the creature all along the vertical slice, but just some details. We are in discussion with the game designer and the people who is in charge of the storyboarding to be very clear about where we have to focus detail of animation. We are also working with a programmer and we are actually developing a tool to make some procedural animation. And for the moment is concurrent testing. I have already started to make the structure of the rig, and I'm not so much for the moment scared about the planning because we have already planned all the issues, so that's it.
Thank you for the answer. And I think it brings question about gameplay, like other juries, because when you present the monster between the page, we very quickly imagine a nemesis system like in Resident Evil where you are tracked, and even the camera make us think about old survival horror like Resident Evil and this kind of game. But on your marketing positioning, you are on the right of the story of Paranormal Site, and it's a visual novel. So I was a bit confused. I was like, is it a survival horror because you talk about puzzle, about encounters, or is it more visual novel thing?
So the idea is, we definitely have some survival inspiration with the creature. The idea is that in the vertical slides it will be like mostly scripted events, but for the full game we are investigating the idea to have something like more like the Nemesis with some kind of AI that makes you chase through the pages, etc. that happen at different moments, which are less scripted. But yeah, for the vertical slice, the idea is mostly scripted operation. But yes, the game is not it's not like fully linear like a visual novel. There is definitely more gameplay like in survival or that kind of stuff.
Okay, I think it should appear on the positioning for a better understanding. But thank you for your question and congratulations for the project.
Thank you.
Hello, Guillaume, producer at Asobo. Thank you for the presentation. It was good to see. Question on the level design. You haven't mentioned anything at all. Like you talk about the art direction and how the city will look, but we're still talking about a character like going through pages and navigating in a world that they don't know. So how do you envision the thing? Is it like, can I hide? Can I go through obstacle? Like, or should I just go on a linear path and I try to avoid the creature?
The idea, you won't have like places to hide directly inside the panels. It's more like most part of the game will be like puzzle where you have to navigate between the pages to fix situations in the past that will allow you to progress in the future, etc. For example, it's likely that if you progress through the story linearly, going pages by pages, you will get stuck in the story, and you will have to go back to past pages to do something differently, to access another route of the story when you're not stuck anymore. And yes, for the creature, it's mostly like it will chase you through the pages. The idea in the full game, so you will have to flee using the navigation system, etc. It's more like this. We don't plan to have like places to hide, like for example in Amnesia when you hide in a locker or thing like this.
Okay, this is still a bit blurry for me, but I will talk about that with you in the plateau. But think about it like you show cool tech, you show like a really good tools and tech example. But I will concur with what the others have been saying. It's like there is core element where like the chase, the navigation of your character, I'm not sure how the life cycle is working, and the game over is really trigger. Those things should be explained on the presentation and at the start. And here it's a little bit missing right now. So I'm sure you have it. I'm sure it's part of your prototype. But let's be sure that you put it next time when you have the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, Antoine, game designer freelance. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I don't think I'll repeat a lot of like the feedback around the gameplay because I still also have these issues and trying to understand the kind of game you want to convey, the kind of interactive experience. So I'll be curious to talk with you more into details on the plateau. One other question I have is around art, UX, and game design. Is because I know the game is based on like you flipping through the pages of a manga, but how do you want to really explore that in terms of the art style? How do you imagine it will affect the UX and the way that you mentioned being able to absorb ink? How will I know what ink can be absorbed or what kind of stuff can be interacted with? Do you have you done any tests on that, on how a player can read through a manga world in black and white with a lot of like printing techniques that might be very complex to kind of highlight?
We wait for the results of the playtest at the end of the week, but we have few ideas. First, to have specialty awareness, it's to give hints for the player and visual landmarks, for example, to the different frames. For example, if you have a big tree at your right, in the next frame, the big tree is at your left. You will use an allocentric point of view to help you to spatialize yourself. So it's mapped on the roadmap to help the player with different clues, visual clues that we'll test later on the playtest roadmap. But first, we want to check the fluidity of navigation, then the different landmarks used to help the players. I hope it answered the question.
We also develop in the shader. We put some parameter to highlight or making an outline with a different thickness and color. So we are thinking about it, and I think you want to say okay. That's it. We have it in mind.
And if I can add some other information, we've discussed a lot the graph of the group and the game designers as well. For maybe a more inkish aspect where the case will appear, we've got maybe kind of a gradient, stuff like that will reveal using inkish stuff. Yeah, also we thought about maybe giving a roughness a kind of high roughness to figurate an aspect of realism through the ink as well, to maybe simulate lights that will bump into the book, and maybe it would tell the player that the book is remaining in a world where Jones, the mangaka, is now gone away. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mylène, you have a question or a remark?
Yes, hello. So Milan, I do marketing for indie games. I just have a question about horror in your game, because on the marketing side, you mostly put psychological horror as competitors. But outside of your film, do you have any horror element in your game, or do you plan to afraid the players? And I think you should put that in the presentation as well.
Yeah, thanks for your question. About the horror element in the game, we don't just have the monster. There will also be like death situations, or like in Final Destination, like you walk toward a path and you happen to die by something. Like, for example, the panels of the manga will try to kill you, like to put you into a box and this kind of thing. And yeah, we want to play with the story inside the game, but also with the format of the manga to give surprises to the player and to make him realize that even the area he walks in and the layout wants to like kill him. But yeah, we have different horror elements and levers, and yeah, we will show you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just something about the narration, because so we were given a lot of elements of background, of like the story, the overarching story, etc. But at some point you mentioned dialogues, but like I would have loved to know more about that. Like, do I meet NPCs? Do I get to? Do I have a choice in the way I interact with them? Can I just avoid them? Can I be kind to them, or like, you know? And since you were mentioning that like we are the creator, we are shaping the story, I think it would be nice to have this kind of narrative design element, yeah, to be able to understand where you're going.
Okay, that's my part. Thank you for the question. So yeah, we will have dialogues. First of all, with the manga directly. The manga will be the antagonist slash companion, because always fused to June's end. But it will not be a conventional dialogue. The manga will talk with quotes to us by writing directly on the pages with handwritten notes, because in a sense the manga is us, is June, because it's all their negative emotions, so it's a part of June. So it will be with their handwriting writing on the manga, and June will talk by with a speech bubble, more classical speech bubbles. With other NPC, we thought about one NPC for the MVP. We have a short prototype in Twine for that. We are considering other NPCs, but it's adding really it will be costly for the vertical size, maybe for the full game. With a conventional dialogue with speech bubbles also. We don't think we'll have bunching choices with the dialogue, but more, how to say, depending on what we've done before, it will unlock other dialogues. So maybe if you met someone before, you will tell the NPC about this person, and if you didn't met him, you won't talk about him. So it will be more branching like that. And I forgot the rest of the question, I'm sorry.
No, I think it pretty much
Okay.
answered. But yeah, like just in general, I think if you need to make choices because the presentation is going to be too long, at least for myself, I'd rather have like the how you're telling the story rather than what the story is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there some other remark or question? Okay, if there's no regret, then let's congratulate the team. Thank you, and let's welcome Escapastamp.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So get ready to take your goofiest friends on the wackiest summer camp adventure.
Okay, so spend your holiday at Escapastamp, a silly summer camp where you and 3 of your friends team up to explore a tiny island full of surprises. Each day brings new challenges, and your goal is simple: solve hidden puzzles to collect as many stamps as you can. But be careful, if you don't collect enough by the end of the day, your trip ends early. So you know what you need: getting 20 stamps before the end of the day. Yet the island is full of secrets and doesn't exactly tell you how to get them. You'll need to investigate and discover for yourself how to collect them all. It's a bit like when we were kids, wandering around with our friends, just looking for adventure and having a lot of fun without a clear goal.
Exactly, Sasha. We truly desire to induce the childhood feeling. We want to bring back a sense of freedom and surprise where discovery happens naturally. Let the player experiment between each other and obviously with the world, its items, and its physicality. For example, a situation we aim to get about our game will be the player tries something thinking it's the only person who thought of it, bam, steps unlocked. And it'll be like, oh, the developer thought about that. We've also defined precisely our target audience. Using the gamer motivational model, as you can see, we've been able to extract 3 main categories of players. The social model, or in the community aspect, player will play and have fun together, look for interaction and silly stuff to do. For the exploration one, we're on the discovery side. The players aim to discover the world and be curious. They want to find their own way to gain stamps by experiment actions. Finally, the achievement model helps us to keep in mind that from the moments where we're adding stamps to collect, there will be players who only want the completion and to get all of them.
So let's dive into the exploration and see what player will find along the way, starting with the basics. How and who do we play?
You will play as a Hermie, a small 1.30 meter tall character who is not only adorable. Behind his cute appearance lies a mischievous mind, sometimes almost cryptic and definitively childlike. You know, like a kid you know is up to something and probably not a very good idea. Despite all the experiment, clumsy mistakes and little disaster it may cause, you forgive it instantly because a Hermie gives off a creative, friendly and joyful vibe. Each player controls the Hermie, distinguished by their hats and hoodies, but they always keep their flip-flop. In the full version of the game, they might be much more customizable, but for the vertical slice, they will keep their flip-flop.
So, each character will have their own unique audio identity. Little details in the footstep or clothing will make them recognizable by ear. Even without seeing someone on the screen, you'll know who they are, which creates differentiation, immersion, and personality in multiplayer. Just to clarify something from last time, the whole game won't use the tech-savvy style cartoon sound design. That exaggerated cartoon is only for specific action, like fall, impact, or item interaction. It's there to add charm and humor, but not to overwhelm the player or break the experience.
So, exploring the island, you'll play in a first-person camera. You can move, run, and jump, a classic moveset, but you can also use and throw objects, push other players, grab the environment, or even grab your friends. These simple abilities mix together to create unexpected moments, from smart teamwork to total chaos. The fun begins, and it's all about teamwork, so using proximity chat. You'll need to organize your group and choose wisely when it's useful to split up or to stick together.
That's right, the proximity chat will react to the environment in real time. The map itself will influence how players hear each other, so sound doesn't just make the game feel immersive, it also becomes the gameplay information. If someone is inside a cave, for example, you'll hear more reverb and a darker tone. But if the player is behind a dune or deep inside the forest, you won't hear them as clearly as someone standing in open plain. The idea is that you don't only see the world, you also hear it. The voice chat becomes a way to navigate, coordinate, or even get lost. You should be able to tell a position, a distance, or even a biome just by listening.
Okay, so we speak to you about the island, and maybe now it's time to get into the island and to show you what happens. So as you guess, you as an enemy, and you will start at the camp. The camp is the lobby, it is where we will connect with your friends, where you will meet them, and it's a really important place in the game. We'll have a lot of useful things, like for example, a board that will give you tracks of the stump you earned and clue to have new ones, or maybe an infirmary when you're hurt, or places to buy upgrades between days. And since it's the beginning of the game, you of course have a nice view on the island, and you can start everywhere you want. So maybe you want to start on the shore. In the shore you will have star-red stars on the beach, or flying eggs. You can try to interact with them. It's up to you. Or maybe you don't want to go to the shore, you want to go in a Daedalian forest. Maybe you will find something cool, like a waterfall, or perhaps an entrance to a mysterious cave. Or you want to start on the right of the map, and maybe you will find a swamp with a huge structure, a statue in the middle of it. You have a lot of stuff to do, a lot of place to explore, and you just have the day to collect the stamp. So you'll have to choose to try and to retry, because that's the point of the game, before the nightfall.
Super. Okay, so now that we know more about the world and about Hermie's movesets, let's see how we can use it to unlock stamps. With each stamp comes a condition of acquisition. It basically means that a stamp is an achievement. You can use your interaction to interact with the environment, object, and workshop, and you will have stamps to get from all this category. First, let's see what is a workshop. A workshop is basically a small area where we design a specific set of interaction. It could be a puzzle, it could be a kind of challenging platforming sequence, or anything. You can think of it like a tiny level within the bigger one. Each workshop leads to stamps. For example, players could discover a statue evoking a 4-people stack, and if they do a 4-people stack, they will eventually get a stamp. For the environment, it could be kind of everywhere. It just, let's picture all players crossing a river. Someone could have the intrusive thought of pushing their friends in the water, and wow, they get a stamp. For the objects, player will find objects everywhere in the island, and each object has its own stamp pool. For example, they might find a camera, and taking some special pictures will lead to the obtention of stamps. Now, to see more how it works, we made a small storyboard to show the discovery of a workshop and the interaction with it. So, in this first picture, we can see that player 1 and player 2 decided to go on their own and to explore the forest. They see something afar. I see something. They decide to go closer, and they discover a buried statue. Look what I found. They decide that they see it might be a workshop, so they decide to call their friends, but they don't know where they are. So player 1 will use its item that he's holding in his hand. It's a chicken. This chicken can be heard from everywhere. Let's call the others. While they wait, they are not doing anything, they are just speaking, and they unlock a stamp. They don't really know why. What? Why did we get a stamp?
New stamp!
Finally, player 3 and 4 arrive, and they tell a crazy story that just happened on their way toward player 1 and 2. They understand now how they unlock this stamp, because each stamp is unlocked for the whole team. Here you are, something crazy just happened. Now, player 1 and 2 explain the workshop to the other player. It looks like a puzzle. There is a piece missing on the statue. They decide to team up and to look for this piece. Look, I think something is missing here. Finally, player 1 finds a piece of finger. Looked like it was a sassy monument. They decide to put the finger back to its place. The statue is now repaired, and damn, they have a new stamp. Nice, here's our 7th stamp. It looks better like this.
New stamp, middle finger fixed.
But it's not done. Player 2 feels like there's more to do with this workshop. It's now time to experiment. So player 2 has this idea, maybe random one, but what if I could be the finger? So we just stand on the statue, and wow, new stamp.
New stamp, be the finger.
And that's basically it with the workshop and the pacing.
So if we're taking a look at the game look, if we had to define one, this is mainly the game look you'll follow. But in fact, it's really up to the player to define their own way of playing, as is a sandbox game. But let's take the classic look. First of all, is to set a goal. So this could be reaching a specific destination, exploring a biome, or discovering a landmark that stand out in the environment. Speaking of landmarks, at the start of a new day, we reveal a special first stamp attached to landmarks. So it acts as a mini quest with a little story. It's optional, but guiding players who want a bit of direction. Player can also focus on their companions, trying to catch up, follow, or just interact with them. Along the way, players encounter points of interest. As we've seen, it could be linked to the environment, discovering a workshop, or just a funny object to mess with. And finally, players find ways to get stamps so they can test things out, experiment with the environment and their companions.
Now we'd like to show you what the island will look like, using some concept art and ambient sound. Instead of creating very clear, separated biomes, we choose to work with strong variation in the landscape. This helps us build the map with modular assets and reusable materials, and it also lets us play more with verticality in the level design. We also designed strong points of interest or landmarks spread across the island. These landmarks are what give the island its personality and make it feel unique and memorable for the player.
Here are some concept art of the main area of the map. They are not all on the slide, but they should give you a clear idea of what the island will include.
You will find the shore with stranded giant star and white sand. The dandelion forest with huge dandelion, a river and a waterfall. The crystal cave with a large underground lake and star-shaped crystal. And the mossy swamp, a snake-shaped mountain and even plains of flying eggs.
Artistically, our goal is to create a sense of wonder and curiosity and make people want to experiment. For example, flying eggs. They are strange, a bit mysterious, and they make you to want to touch them and try things out. It's this kind of unusual details that gives the game its unique identity, the kind of game where you can just say,
"Oh, that's a Scapa stamp!"
Now that you got to know what Escapa Stamp is all about, here's a view on how we are going to tackle the production and marketing side of things. First and foremost, we want to present the meta progression and how the vertical slice will fit into the overall game concept.
So, in general, the game follows a roguelike progression. If you complete all the objectives of the day, you enter a short break phases where you can catch a breath, upgrade your equipment, and prepare for your strategy for the next day. Then a new day begins with new challenges waiting for you, and the loop goes on. The camp break is a playable moment set in the summer camp area. It's a free time where a player can look back on the day and share their personal stories. You can spend the stamp you collected to get bonuses, like new items that will help you for the next day. You also earn individual rewards whenever you collect a stamp you've never seen before, allowing you to gradually unlock cosmetics, new skins, or up cosmetics, yes. This system encourages players to come back, play again, and complete that collection of stamps and cosmetics. When a new day begins, your stamp score is reset to 0. You get a new map to explore with a refreshed stamp pool and tougher challenges. This could mean a complex level layout, a higher number of stamps to collect, or a shorter time limit, for example. Like in any roguelike, if you fail a day, you come back to the start, day 1. But when you replay a day, the map layout slightly changes, as well as the stamp location. Even familiar day will feel a little bit different. And if you complete the final day, your summer trip is a success. Congrats! You'll earn a special stamp and exclusive cosmetics. A full run takes under 2 hours, and the game will be periodically updated with new map rotation.
For the vertical slice, we want to focus on the first day at the summer camp, that is the first 20-minute cycle. Player will be onboarded at the summer camp, and then the 20-minute rush will start, and you get to get the 20 stamps. By focusing on the first day, we will ensure a polished but significant experience that allow player to taste what Escapa Stamp is. Escapa Stamp describes itself in the very popular genre that is the co-op party games, such as Peak or Are We There Yet? This positionment allows us to know that our audience wants to find a virtual space that allows them to experience chaos and high-intensity moments with their friends to create memories as a group. While we cannot expect to go as viral as Peak or Are We There Yet?, those numbers allow us to expect at least the third of the copies that were sold and estimate a range of gross revenue and pricing for Escapa Stamp. This is also for us the chance to position ourselves on the market as a co-op party game based on player interactions, on the sense of nostalgia and wonder, a niche that has yet to be filled.
The intention behind Escapa Stamp is to design a game to be accessible to many people. As mentioned before, our target audience is very large and we're not aiming professional players or hardcore ones. We want the game to be playable by people from all walks of life, even if not very familiar with video games. With that in mind, we've done an accessibility feature list that we were able to finish and that has been reviewed. The entire team can see it and add the states of each feature depending on how they work on it. This helps us to define clearly our priorities with an organization in groups to see which features are related and which one address the same issue.
Limiting the scope of the vertical slice to the first day of the game also helps mitigate the development risks that we have already identified and are addressing as production is progressing. We have identified 4 main risks. First, learning Unreal Engine and facing the technical depth as we are not all fluent on this particular engine. As for now, we are progressing steadily and have hired 2 more programmers to help us develop our vertical slice steadily. Then, since our game features networked multiplayer, that presents significant development challenges, but we've already set up technical solutions for that. We're also aware that our game needs to run well, even on lower-end machines. So for that, we're keeping an eye on polygon counts, shading costs, and we'll use static lighting wherever possible. We'll also give the players graphical options to customize the performance as needed.
To optimize the audio in our project, the goal is really to keep the CPU and the memory cost as low as possible. In ways, I will avoid taking too many RTPCs or real-time effect, since those are the heaviest. Reverb are handled through aux buses, so we only calculate one instance for the whole game instead of running an effect on every single sound. For spatialization, I will only spatialize at the player level, which avoid processing every voice individually. The overall idea is to keep the audio precise and dynamic, but always optimized so the game runs smoothly, even with a lot of fizzing sound and real-time filters.
The research we have done on the market and the beginning of the production allow us to start thinking about a more global roadmap and staffing plan for our game. While many co-op adventure games are developed over a year by rather small teams, we expect to develop the whole game in 9 months, averaging a team of 9 people to develop it. While we have yet to fully define our budget, this is placeholder, we are aiming at 360,000 euros for the whole production and possibly DLCs, depending on the popularity of the game. Thank you very much for listening to us. We are very pleased with the progress we made and presenting Escapastorm to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So William was the fastest.
Thank you. On the positioning, you are on top right, like everyone today. It's boring. I don't know why we see that, but it's a problem right now because top right is a new center. We take maybe 10 years to explain to every developer you don't put your game on the center of the graphics, and now it's on top right. So yeah, it's boring for me. Maybe you need to think about that. More specifically, for accessibility, I see in terms of sensitivity, I guess it's the mouse sensitivity was on should have. It's one of the most important things for me, I guess, on PC. It's not a should have. You need to have that because that touch many people, and everybody have not the same sensibility of mouse. That depends of if you work on your PC or I don't know. And but globally, I'm very happy because you listen all the feedbacks you have 1 month ago, in particular on scope. I love what I see. I love what I see, and I want to play that. I want to play to this vertical slice to see if that works. And I don't know if you have played to Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the old ones. I see the same vibe. I say, like, okay, you have 5 minutes to make a maximum of objective, and let's go. And if you have this type of flow, I guess it will be a great experience. So congratulations for that, by the way. And we will see. But please change this positioning.
Thank you very much for the feedback. Just wanted to say on the sensitivity thing, I don't remember why it's written as should have. It's gonna be there, definitely. No doubt about that.
Hello, Lucas, associate producer at Ubisoft Bordeaux. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was really clearer than before, and it showed that you worked a lot on your project. So, congrats on that. Thanks again also for the storyboarding. It helps a lot to have visual, to understand gameplay, especially if we don't have the controller or the keyboard in hand. I had few questions about this specific storyboard, because in this storyboard you showcased a lot of player interaction. For example, you want to point at stuff or have something in your hand. Is it element that you want to have in your game? Because I'm not sure you showcased those type of interaction except the proximity chat. And if it's the case, do you think you will have the time to budget everything in terms of animation? Because for what I understood, you have a FPS view, but also a TPS view since you are a multiplayer game. So yeah, that was my question.
Okay, about the player interaction part, we will have different type, not only the proximity chats, it's separate on kind of different parts. We have straight up pings in an accessibility part, but in the DJs of the game, we have also other stuff. Some items are meant to be used as a social item, I will say. Like the chicken is one of them. It has no impact on the world, and it's just used to call your friend in the island. And we also have very few emotes that we will have the time to do, because we have basically two. We just have the finger pointing at something, just like in Lethal Company it exists, and it's kind of short to do. And we have probably a middle finger emote, but yes, it's all two emotes.
Okay.
Yeah, for the scope, we talked about animations. We have right now we have a set of animation we want to do that are must-haves, and then we have discussed like emotes. As a producer, I think like it's a should-have, because I think the proximity chat can help go beyond the fact that we don't have emotes, but we really want to have at least a ping, because we think it's even as an accessibility feature is important. But we have identified like a couple of emotes that would be really fun or interesting to have, that we are trying to push into the scope. So, for example, the middle finger is almost a must-have for us. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you could think about having items that need multiple players to be activated. And I had a question about the stamps economy. Did you plan to have, for example, community goals where people have to spend stamps together as a community to unlock, for example, an item, or even maybe, I don't know, a new map or elements like that?
Just to clarify, when you say community, is it like all the players of the game,
Yes,
or all
yes.
the players? I mean, all the community of the game, or the 4 players within a game?
The whole community.
Ah, okay. Actually, at the moment we didn't think about this, but it could be interesting, definitely.
Thank you.
Hi, so Cécile from the sourcing team at Focus. Thank you very much for the presentation. There were just a couple of things that maybe were a bit out of hierarchy, like why do we need to have the sound design before being into the game loop? Is a mystery to me, but like everything you explained, it was clear. We could get what the game is about, what the structure is. Thank you. I have 2 or 3 little, my main question here would be like what the size of the pool of the stamps is, like, because obviously a big topic on this kind of thing will be replayability. So we need to be able to, have a glimpse of how large or not it will be, especially since, from what I understood, most of your stamps, or at least a good amount of them, will be based on puzzle situations, and puzzles are not that replayable, or at least it's not that interesting once you figured it out the first time. So yeah, like how big the size of the stem pool is a big one. And the other thing that got me a little bit not worried, but because so I get it's a summer camp, and like we need to make the most out of this vacation, otherwise we're kicked out and we are not allowed to be on vacation anymore. And I think I would have liked to see more like summer camp, like the fantasy of the summer camp. I don't think it's very much used. So yeah, I don't know, maybe grilling some marshmallows or I don't know, stuff like that, you know. It's not only about exploring an island, which is a bit vanilla, but thing that would tap into your fantasy and make the game more recognizable in a sense.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. And about the stamp, for the whole game, we are planning on about 500 stamps. We want to produce a lot of them first for the content and for the replayability. About the puzzle part, the fact that they depend on puzzle, it's absolutely true. But we can manage to do a lot of stamps using only one puzzle because we have the first stamps that are unlocked. As you could see on the storyboard, you know, there is the first stamps you can unlock in just solving the puzzle. And there is a whole set of stamps that are how can I use the assets we create for the puzzle and use them in the way that was not intended, but it actually was. And you unlock stamp this way. And it's also create replayability because you can know the solution to a puzzle, but you can see in your stamp list that you still have stamps to unlock in this area and you still don't know how to get them. So that's how we will do replayability and a lot of stamps. Yeah, for the vertical slice, the number of stamps we will do, I guess it will kind of depend on how much content we will manage to do. We don't really have an answer yet, I think.
And just, yes, sir.
Yes, for the complete game, we're also thinking about modular map elements. So even if you're playing with the same stamp and you already know the solution, maybe the way for accessing this puzzle or to resolve, maybe you will not have the same object at the same position. So you have to think differently. How can I access to this area to unlock the stamps? So even the way of achieving it will be different, and you will have a you understand me? So even before completing the stamp.
And just another tiny one. So we have to gather 20 stamps by the end of the day. How, like, are there only 20 stamps to unlock, or are there more? Like, do you leave some room for not finding out stamps?
They are more in the game, more than 20 stamps to unlock. And even if you complete the 20 stamps before the time limit, you could stay on the map and keep achieving stamps to have more to spend then on the summer camp break.
Thank you.
Mylène, I think you have a question or a remark.
Yes, I saw in your positioning that you say that you will have more player interaction than Hervé Verriette, which is really strong for me in terms of interaction, as like someone have to drive when other people put the puzzle together so the van can just move forward. So what kind of interaction will you have, and why do you say you will have more interaction than this type of game? I'm quite curious.
Thank you for your question. To me, it was more about the game gives a lot of context for those player interaction to happen. So in RV Zariat, for example, you have the vehicle and you have the whole environment that plays a huge part in the way you interact between the players. But as for us, we felt that, and even during the paper prototype, we saw that players' interaction was at the core of a game more than how the environment gave the player context and scenarios.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you. So Marion, sound designer from Ubisoft Montpellier. So I have a lot of questions for sound part, but I have one for now, and then I ask you later. For what I understand, you speak about character identity for less sound, but I didn't understand well how you make this identity, because for what we heard, we have just some cotton or fabric movement, very generic one. So I didn't understand how you create identity for different characters.
The different identity will be in the details, like in the footstep. Each character is a bit inspired by animals, like a turtle or a fox. So, like when they take fall damage, or when they just are out of breath because they don't have any more endurance, or when they just simply walk, each one will have a slightly different one than the other. It will not be a huge thing, but the way I want to do it is like to make a base footstep for the same footstep for each one, and then on top of that put some detailed sound, like maybe for the turtle like some more hard sound, for the fox with like fur or thing like that, or even in the movement of the claws. You will have to pay attention to see the difference, so to hear the difference.
So I think you be careful of that, because if you put energy for what we don't, we cannot make the difference. It's not very good for the game, because it can be so much energy for not very much different. It's so be careful of that, because it can be dangerous. With
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Some more remarks or questions? No, just checking online. It seems it's okay. So, but let's congrats the team once again. And let's welcome the last one of this afternoon and of this day. Yeah, below their site.
Hello everyone, we are the team below their sites. Welcome to our second oral presentation, and let's begin with the game overview.
So, Below the Site is a first-person solo exploration narrative game taking place in a post-apocalyptic city where an unknown cataclysm remains to be solved, the appearance of gigantic entities in your world. Our target player are curiosity-driven explorers, mystery seekers who thrive on discovery, interpretation, and uncovering meaning through their own initiative. The goal is simple. You will navigate the street. You will observe your surrounding. You will plan your route accordingly and adapt to any adversity that you might encounter. So you play as Serena, a lone survivor with scientific background, and she has no military training as whatsoever. She is no hero and therefore will not fight. Her motivations are quite simple. Short terms, she wants to survive. Medium term, to understand what is happening and what are the entities. And long term, she nurtures the vain hope of one day be reunited with her loved ones. As we wanted to separate ourselves from the classic American post-apocalyptic genre, we gave our architectural choices a Northern European twist by opting for a modernized medieval port city taken through industrialization.
The player will have to navigate a completely desert urban landscape with an heavy, strange and slightly fascinating atmosphere. The sky will play its part in the overall mood with a captivating yet oppressive color blending into a layer of mist and fog. As long as the player stays away from entities, the soundscape will also reinforce this floating sensation with long, sometimes dissonant music layers. The main audio objective is to manipulate auditory perception and create an unstable sound world that seem altered by the presence of entities.
But what is this mystery to solve after all? So we introduce to you the fracture. The entity's dimensional world merged into ours and split it into an astronomical amount of verses in which the human population was dispersed. Therefore, this phenomenon is well called the fracture and the verses fragments. The fracture was instantaneous, like the blink of an eye, and the mother entity got stuck in the middle of all those shattered fragments and trying to mend the fracture by sending part of itself, the entities, into each verses, as they also want to go back to how things were.
These entities are gigantic and abstract. Inspired by astral form, they are composed of fluids, particles, levitating elements. They all share a black spherical earth that divide into smaller ones that visually represent their hierarchy similar to a family tree, come from the same origin, the mother entity. All the actions are coordinated, they always act the same in cycling way, which leads to repeated patterns that that can be predicted by the player. They can move along the streets, divide into smaller individuals, and ever hunt each other in showy ways. They can easily get dangerous for small humans.
So now let's talk about what the player will actually do in the game. So one of the player's objectives is to get to know the entities more, as they can be challenged or even influenced. We want them to be scared but also feel curious to come closer. So for this we have an observation mechanic which is used to gather informations. Entities have multiple body parts that can be observed, which each of them is requiring to have the right angle and the right timing to be seen. You also have to get close enough and keep contact for a bit of time with what you are observing, which will make you quite vulnerable in the process. It can be used on anything interesting, like entities, for example, in the most cases, but also landmarks or props, so you can have some narrative context. So now let's see how the observation works in a game sequence. So here the player is browsing the city and comes across an identifiable building. By observing the front, the character gives narrative about it through a dialogue line, but a loud sound interrupts them. An entity is coming nearby. The player has already seen it, but they only have a few info about its behavior. So here they can observe a specific body part to get more precise detail about how it acts. So here the spike, for example. Then they try to follow it in the street, and they also find it hunting down smaller entities. These events can be observed too, and will give another info. It is an opportunity to not miss because it won't last for long. But now is the time to leave. A hunt scene is also one of the most dangerous places to be around, as the player would not have the time to escape if the entity decides to turn around and come their way. So now, to fuel this curiosity-based mechanic, we want to create multiple entity types, each with a strong identity that would twist the gameplay along the game. So for example, we have an entity based on gravity that would create new movement possibilities for the player. We also have this idea of twin entities that sometimes would invert each other's positions and could teleport the player in the process, like a space wormhole, for example. And finally, we had fancier shapes ideas, like these flow entities that would look like a current of small pieces weaving through the streets that could carry away the player. All of these ideas would more likely appear in the full game, but now Alicia will tell you more about the specimen we focused on for the vertical slice.
It was important for us that the entity we were going to create for the vertical slice made the player feel the tension between fear and fascination common to all the entities in the game. To achieve this, we produced many cosmic-inspired iterations based on a behavior idea. Here is the final design of the entity we choose to create. As can be seen from its heart, it is part of the second generation of descendant of the mother entity. This entity, like all others in the game, is composed of several distinct parts. Each of these parts has its own functions, which evolve according to the state the entity goes through. The entity behavior can be divided into 4 states that repeat in a cycle. Each state has different duration and characteristics. For example, the entity is harmless during the passive state, but becomes more dangerous when it enters the unstate. The more unstable the entity state, the more interesting the information the player can gather by observing it, enabling them to understand it better. This will push them to overcome their fear in order to satisfy their curiosity and progress in the game. Here is a brief summary of our entity complete cycle. It goes from a passive state, during which it is closed on itself, to deployment. It then enters the unstate, during which it's attacked by randomly projecting its protuberance, and finally reaches the burst state, a very dangerous state for the player. Finally, it begins a new cycle by returning to the passive state.
The game's audio uses 5 distance-based levels to signal proximity to an entity. It shifts from distant, dreamlike music to silence, then to disturbing concrete music. At immediate proximity, a complete acoustic inversion occurs, making sounds counterintuitive like metallic breathing or viscous footsteps, establishing the entity as a focal point of maximum sensory distortion. What was natural becomes artificial, the water begins to crackle, the wind pulses like a heartbeat, and the sounds of the entities, designed from the cries of animals such as the bear, the elephant, or the whale, are distorted and transformed.
Now, all of this information that we observe from these life forms will eventually reach the notebook, which is a log that is used to recollect information. It will be our main support to catalog progress in the story and how the character feels about it. It will follow you throughout your journey on discovering what happens. We want to give the content a lot of personality and make it feel like it was written by a real person. So it will be made of text, but also sketchings, diagrams, etc. But as you will see next, the knowledge is also very useful to deepen the actual gameplay. So the player can easily switch between the notebook to a paper map. This one by itself is useful to orient in the city, but unlocks its true potential with discoveries. There is another layer of information that is directly supplied by the notes, which will show clear entities patterns on the map. So if you learn something in the notebook about an entity, you could also get their movement routine on the map, which is incredibly useful for navigating the city. The twist is that you can only see this layer when you are in the safe zone. This way, the player has to be sure they are ready to leave because they'll have less information outside, which will force them to plan their next move. So let's resume our gameplay sequence. Our player here has to flee the dangerous entity to not become a collateral damage of the hunt. They run toward the next safe zone that they know is very close. Here they have the time to take notes, and the notebook now includes new info. For example, how the entity deploys spikes and hunts. By clicking these new contents, the player switches to the map that now displays new indication. Here, new movement patterns and the position of the hunt. As they know that they won't have access to this layer outside of the safe zone, the player uses stickers to mark these places. This way, they can easily remember the streets to avoid, making next traversals less risky. Now, after all this theory, let's see how the gameplay elements work together in a demo we built. So first, the player observes the entity by waiting for it in a corner. Now they can convert the observation to notebook and map information in the safe zone. And finally, before leaving, they place stickers to mark the map and remember where to go and where not to go. But here the player is lacking stamina, and sadly they can dodge the entity and get killed.
Our user journey follows a loop of tension, recovery, curiosity, and mastery. It begins with solitude and tension, where an encounter creates a peak of tension. Next, in recovery, the player hides and regains control. Observation follows as they watch entities. And finally, planning and mastery lets the player update the map, anticipate movements, and manage tension strategically. For now, we ran 2 playtest sessions to see if the user journey worked and to identify ways to maintain the emotional loop. In the first session, we focused on the player reactions when encountering an entity, and we observed that players tended to hide, wait, and observe the entities, which confirmed that the tension and curiosity dynamics were emerging as expected. In the second session, we tested the observation mechanic and our interactive map prototype. We're still analyzing the results, but early insights already show ways to improve the experience, for example, by making the level design a bit more challenging.
So let's now talk about the narrative structure of our entire game. Our game starts with Serena casually leaving her workplace but sensing something very hard. Everyone disappeared. As panic arises, she encounters the first entity and comes back from it pretty injured. After healing, she decides to try and reach back the research center and makes her first discoveries. She ends up finding people and join a group, all the while still searching the entities. Serena then discovers interdimensional travel through the ribs left by the fracture. She regains hope of reuniting with her family. But she realizes that the mother entity is trying to mend the fracture as well, and that she doesn't have much time. She ends up failing, as she is nothing but human, and that events to such a scale are unalterable. The vertical slice would focus on what happens during the first pinch between the inciting incident and the midpoint. During the 20 minutes we intend for it to last, we want our players to understand 3 things: that they are not alone, that there is a hierarchy between the entities from the largest to the smallest, and what motivates Serena, what is her backstory.
We want the vertical slice to demonstrate the value of our game mechanics and show that they are necessary for the player to progress in the game. So the level design work will be important to encourage the player to use the route planning. For the vertical slice, we also want to prove the value of the entities in the game and the value of our unique environment, in particular with beauty corners present in the vertical slice.
To ensure the experience remains accessible while preserving the core tension-driven design, we are integrating a set of accessibility options. Players will be able to fully remap controls, adjust subtitle size and readability, and fine-tune all sound layers. We are also offering windowed mode for visual comfort. In terms of gameplay mechanics, we also aim to add zoom functionalities for both the map and the notebook to support low vision players. For the navigation, an auto walk option and an accessible observation mode activated and deactivated with the same input will be added to reduce motor strain. And finally, players will be able to move across the gridded map using directional arrows, ensuring precise navigation for those who need it. Overall, these options aim to keep the experience tense and immersive while making it playable for a wider range of bodies and playstyles.
When it comes to the risks, we've identified a few main ones. First of all, with potential low performance and frame rate issues. For this, we're going to explore the use of GPU instancing for the buildings and props, as well as having more control on the lighting pipeline through the GPU instancing and custom shaders. And finally, the use of custom shaders if and when they would be needed instead of the Niagara system. A second issue that we spotted would be with the coherence of the entity's visual effects with their more complex behaviors. For this, we're exploring a variety of different options at the moment, including, for example, the use of IK rigs. And then finally, when it comes to the accessibility features, for this, we are taking them into account early on, and before we start development of a feature, we make sure that we've considered accessibility first.
So here is a synthesis of our competitor research. These games are non-direct competitors in terms of mechanics, but they share the same audience as us. They combine solitude, mystery, post-apocalyptic, or weird creature encounters, values that align with our game. Our direct competitors are recent titles that deliver a similar emotional experience and similar gameplay with first-person exploration, tension, and curiosity-driven progression. Compared to our competitors, our core identity sits closer to emotional immersion, curiosity, and low agitation. We emphasize knowledge-based progression. As we said, every entity introduces a new behavior the player needs to decode. This ongoing process of observation and discovery creates the core tension of the experience. Compared to our competitors, our game stands out by blending survival tension with the knowledge-based progression. The players survive because they learn. This makes observation, deduction, and systemic discovery our strongest unique selling point. Here are comparable indie single-player adventure titles. They reach internal sales around 100 to 200,000 copies in their first year of sale. Based on our current scope, which is approximately 8 hours of content gameplay, we positioned the project within the same range as comparable titles. This gave us a realistic estimate for the selling price, around $20, matching what the market expects for this type of experience. Cross-checking our scope, price point, and the performance of similar games allowed us to outline a first sales target, around 180,000 copies sold to remain in a comfortable range regarding the development costs. We aim to reach those sales within a 12 months period after the release. These estimates are still early assumptions, and they will be refined as we continue to deepen our market analysis. Here is the first hypothesis for the cost of development for the whole game. We estimate 14 months of development, which correspond to approximately 530,000 euro yes, euro, with the marketing costs. With the expected contribution from the CNC around 100,000 euro, which is a hypothesis, the effective budget needed to complete the whole project is around 430,000 euros. And this would be the amount we ask for a publisher. With those numbers, we would reach the break-even point around 87,000 units sold. We already identified Critical Reflex as a potential publisher because we think our game fits perfectly with the portfolio filled with short games with a single-player mode with strangeness and psychological horror. Now, how we are going to reach the amount of sales we need? Well, with the hypothesis of a launch in April 2027, after revealing the game in August 2026, we aim to offer a playable demo to draw a maximum of wish lists, and we will highlight this demo during events such as Steam Next Fest in October and Steam Next Fest in February. We also want to communicate with the help of content creators on YouTube and Twitch that are really good communication vectors for indie games like us. For the post-launch, we will also offer discounts in Steam Summer Sales and Steam Autumn Sales.
Now let's wrap everything up with the main pillars of our project. So we want to create an opaque relationships between the player and the life forms we create. They can't influence them, so the player will be limited to gathering knowledge and moving around. And this way we want the motivation to be focused on curiosity enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. Thank you very much for listening, and your feedbacks are very welcome.
Yeah, I will go to the closest, sorry. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Cécile from the sourcing team at Focus Entertainment. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it was much clearer and contained than the first one, so it gives a much more positive impression. And yeah, so I think you've done a lot of progress. It's very unusual that I say that, but there is one key element that I think is a bit emphasized in your presentation. It's regarding the art direction, because we have seen some very weird and nice skyboxes. We have seen the creatures, but the city in which we're evolving, I don't know if it, like in the little prototypes elements that you showed, I don't know if it's like supposed to look like that, or if it was just placeholder. Thank you for the word. And I think that is key to have this not only defined but also shown at this point, even if it's mockups, because and also your intentions if it's just mockups, like in terms of rendering, etc., because it also helps placing the game, like knowing who you're targeting and that kind of thing. And I have another very different question, which is, are the stamps a resource? Like, are they consumable, or do you have like an infinity of them and you can use them at the will? Yeah, that's me. Did I go too fast? Do you want me to repeat something?
I'm not sure about the last part.
The stamps that you can...
Oh, okay.
Stickers.
Yeah, the stickers.
Sorry,
yeah.
I was still under the influence.
There would be fairly... we would have a limited number of them, but it would be still enough to be quite creative, and it would be such a limiting thing. It's just like you have a number of stickers, but you can unstick them and put them in another place.
So la Zelda.
They are limited, but not very much.
Thank you.
Hello. First thing, I'm very happy to see this presentation because it was pretty... I was not sure to understand what you want to do 1 month ago, and now it's more okay, I understand. And you have a market, it's okay, so pretty cool. Again, you are on the top right of the positionment. middle right. But yeah. Why you put Planet of Lana inside? I don't understand why, except for the universe and the mystery of universe, but it's not the same gameplay, the same ID, the same thing.
You've got the first part of the answer. For the Planet of Lana is more about the ambience, which is an experience where you will encounter creatures against which you will not be able to fight. You will just be able to dodge them, learn their patterns, and dodge them. I agree with you. This is not the same gameplay. It's a side crawler with platforms, but it's more like the story-driven emotion and the ambience of gigantic creatures that come from nowhere and just arrive in our world. I put them in the competitors because I was thinking, if I am a player and I want to play an adventure, a history like this, we could I could either find Below Their Sight or Planet of Lana because the story is kind of related.
Okay, I understand, but don't put the game on the benchmark, just on the positioning, because on the benchmark is pretty strange, even because it's a pretty old game for a benchmark too. So the numbers will be not very useful for you.
Planet of it's too old.
Planet of Lana, maybe 5 years.
2023 by memory.
Too old.
Okay.
They released the mobile game yesterday, and the second one will be released next year. So, okay. And yeah, in terms of benchmark, it's pretty difficult for this type of game. I know that. And the most difficulty is pools, because pools in the Enigma is the first one of a big trend. Is pretty cool, but on benchmark, it's pretty difficult to use the numbers of this game to convince publisher or somebody. And same thing for Invincible, but on the contrary, Invincible is a pretty expensive project. And maybe if you think it's a big success, it's a success, but not so big because it's a very, very expensive budget, so project. And yeah, so in benchmark, I guess you have some work to do, and it's very difficult on your case. I understand that really, but again, I'm very happy to see you finally you succeed to convince me about some ideas of the game. And last thing is not just a joke about the positioning, it's just because when I see the game on this positioning, on top right, on top left, on center, it's just because you don't really understand where is your game on the market. And again, it will be always a problem when you discuss about your game from at a publisher or on somebody. If you don't understand where is your game on the market, it's a L. So it's not just to make the joke, it's very important to understand that and find your place on this positioning. But congratulations for the evolution of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Antoine, freelance game designer. Thanks a lot for the presentation. So I wasn't lucky as others because I didn't see the first presentation. I don't think I got to talk to you at the first presentation. So it's all new to me. So it's really interesting to see that project. I see a lot of interesting part of it. I would say that there's some part that are still unclear. So I'm really curious again to talk about it with you and get a bit more involved. But one of the main things that I want to ask you and see if you can give a bit more detail to everyone is I'm trying to understand the genre of the game, because the way you presented it's very much a walking simulator, very ambient and all that, but you also have a lot about knowledge and the fact that you learn something, so it immediately rings games like, although it's not the same kind of exploration, but Outer Wilds or all of those Brainvania. And like, what is the purpose of getting that knowledge if it's that important in terms of the gameplay and the game loop, that it's part of the game design of the observing and everything? What do you really make of that knowledge in general outside of because you mentioned also that you're using it for knowing the route that those entities do. Maybe you could also just have a map on your own and just trace it yourself, or maybe that could be a gameplay mechanic. Like, is there something beyond that you already have in mind?
Thank you for your question first. We really stake on this thing, this strategic aspect of having the positions. Like, it's not only knowledge, it's also unlocking new informations, because it's not only what you observed, you cannot just remember it and note it on a map. What you will actually get when you convert the knowledge in a safe zone will give you more than that. For example, the route on the whole map will give you more informations. And it's hard to define the genre of the game, because it really put us in some boxes, but we actually take some aspects of a lot of genres. Like, in a way, you could describe the loop of the game to be very inspired by puzzle games, because you have to observe successing clues to actually solve what is the right path to get through the entities that go the same streets, that cross each other, etc. So you just progress in a sort of level and try to solve it. So we have a puzzly aspect. That's why we don't just define as a knowledge-based game where you just have to learn things and know how to progress with this. I hope this answers your question.
And I would like to add that in our narrative structure, we discover stuff, but it is actually supported by the gameplay. You won't move in the narrative structure if you haven't actually made the discovery as a player. So that way, the players actually have control in how they will develop throughout the game.
Okay, I might have to talk with you, I think, a bit more details, because otherwise we just speak on the ramble. But yeah, thanks for the start of the response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question about the safe zone or safe place. How would you guide the player to know it is a safe place? Is it only not the monster path?
Actually, the answer is very simple. The safe zones are clearly indicated on the map. Like, we have this take of having a full map fully unlocked. What you really unlock on the map is just the movement of the entities, but info like where is the safe zone is clearly indicated on the map, so you can't miss it.
Do you plan to have also in-game clues, visual clues of the zone?
We have. Technically, our own little yellow paint would be through lighting. We would use the light to guide our players, and from the safe zone, sorry, would be little passages or intern little
enclosed.
Yeah, an enclosed, a really enclosed area where you get to your flat or something like that, and so it will be actually safe. Like, the entities wouldn't be able to go inside them because they are too big, and we would guide them through that. And with triggered narration, like triggered dialogue lines, that would help the guiding and feedbacks.
Thank you. Just checking, do you have some other remarks, questions? I don't know if somebody online has a question or a remark. Final one. It's been a long day. So if not, no regrets. So let's congratulate the team. Thank you very much. Thanks for the exchange. I would like maybe to welcome all the teams to come back down so we can congratulate all of them for the work. So let's go down. And in the meantime, maybe thank you to the people for the technique part. So Eric, thank you very much for your help today. Many thanks as well for the pedagogical team, for the administrative staff as well that accompanies the students for that. And many thanks to the jury, to you, to be there here or online. Thank you very much for the rich exchange that are not ended yet, because you will have time to go see the teams test as well the teams you all the prototypes they've developed so far, and we've seen that there's still elements to discuss. And please, please, a big round of applause to them. We are at the middle of the project. It's the worst part. So please fill them with a lot of encouragement and a lot of congratulations for the work done so far. Come down, come down. Oh, non, non, ouais, on va attendre qu'ils descendent tous. Merci. So now that they're almost all there, please a big round of applause for the teams. So congratulations, it was just for the round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Let's congratulate the jury as well. As I said, thank you also online, and so we will meet again at the end of February, or not so far from it. It will be the 20th. But let's keep exchanging for the rest of the day, and and have a good rest at the end of the month, because you're gonna need energy to finish everything.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, and goodbye to the people online. Thank you.